confession. I just wanna be with you, baby. I just wanna be with you. I just wanna give you the thing I won't forget. I just wanna be with you. Just wanna be with you, girl. Give you all the things you won't forget, girl.
Attention, mesdames, mesdemoiselles et messieurs, actuellement nous répondons un petit morceau d'ambiance là que tout le monde connaît là. Préparez-vous parce qu'il y a bâti.
You're so good. You're so good. You're so good. You're so good.
What it do? What is up? Welcome to Club Shada episode number 117. I'm your boy, Mr. Shada, aka Kaysha, aka Pretty Boy, aka Porn Star. And listen, you have to enjoy your content, your music, your shows as if it was not something done by you. You have to be able to listen to your own music and enjoy your music like if it was done by somebody else. You have to go back to listen to your episodes randomly. Go back to episode 50 of your podcast, your cooking show, your live stream like I have one. And you have to be able to watch it and enjoy watching it. Just like if it didn't come out of you, and you have to enjoy and be amazed by what you do. And you have no idea how many times I just put an episode of Club Shada or an episode of Dahlia TV or episode of Body Sadva Quarantine Groove, or I go check out Moto Music, or I go check out Mountain of Inspiration, Joel Amen, and I just watch them and I enjoy watching them. And even sometimes I took part of the organization of something, whatever, but I enjoy watching an episode. I enjoy laughing again with me and Body, making jokes, etc. And when I'm listening to this song that I just did, this is my new single, Something Going On. So it's a song that was released in 2006 probably. And Just Gertie and DJ Incredible did a Compa Guyad remix that lasts 10 minutes, and I'm enjoying the fuck out of it. And I'm enjoying it as if it was not me, as if it was not a song that I performed maybe 1,000 times already. I'm enjoying it as if it was the first time I heard it. And I believe this is the way you create good quality content, because it's quality content that you enjoy yourself. Anyway, this show is brought to you by shadaware.com and the Gods of Good Fortune. And I want to acknowledge Ineida Maria dos Santos Gonçalves Pina. Damn, what a long name. Junior Miga, and all the names of all the new subscribers to this channel. We are now 167,000 subscribers on this channel, which is amazing. So thank you so much for subscribing. Go watch videos, go leave some likes and some comments. What up, Miami? What up, Tufik? What up, Maluku? What up, Sami? What up, Henry? Etc. etc. Your names are here. Thank you so much. And I also want to acknowledge the Stream Royalty, which is the person who gave us who sponsored the most money via the super chat, and it's Mike Phoenix, back in the throne. Mike Phoenix with $40 in the month of June. You still have 10 days to top him. And I want to thank all the sponsors. Your names are here. Thank you so much for your donations. So I hope everybody had a great week. I hope everybody is in great spirit. I hope everybody, had a great weekend actually. I just came back from a Brazilian cookout, and this diet is. I'm on salad for 3 days. I'm vegan for 3 days. And a great weekend. I arrived from home, when you digesting and you're feeling sleepy. That's me right now. And I should have ate 2 hours before and arrived an hour before, but hey, it is what it is. You have to get back to the world and to being around people. I think it's something that I'm a people guy, and I've been around people for so long, and then for just like that for a whole year and a half, I've been at home, and hey, listen, if this stress thing is real, this anxiety thing is real, is the solution is being around people again, because yeah, that's what you need. So I hope everybody's all right. Mr. Master Electronic, comment ça va? What it do? Milliardaire 7, hello. Compton Joe, what up? Brussels. Kelly Mango, bonsoir. James Ngando, Mbote, what it do? How you doing? Julie Buddy, how are you? Future Soundbeat, what up, bro? Mama Dalia, what's going on? What up, Jean-Marco? It is true that this is a nice t-shirt. You know, it's a t-shirt that it's a friend of our cousin Cody, and she told him that she would love me to wear this thing, and I never had the occasion to wear it actually. And this morning I was looking for something to wear, and you know, I don't even know what is the brand. I mean, but yeah, it's nice. I'll find out the brand. I mean, she didn't pay, so I can also just wear it. What up, Lil Maro? I mean, listen, I told you have to enjoy your own music. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't even know if I have it. What up, Elise boys? You good? Yeah, just for 3 days. Ensuite, back to Nyama. Thanks a lot, brother. Listen, without further ado, I want to introduce you to my guest, who's not only blood family, so he's one of my elder cousins, and I've known him all my life, even if the last 20 years we've been in other continents. And that's the beautiful thing about it, is my whole family, we meet again through arts, through creation, through everything that we are all doing, which, if you think about it, is kind of the destiny, because I mean, you know, we all come from the same areas, we all come from Congo, and all our parents were, yeah, you know, our parents grew up together as our mothers or fathers, our cousins, and we end up all being in the same kind of area, you know, content, music. My sister does. I have one sister that's a rapper. I have another one that is a music video director. I have this one there that is a comic, and it's interesting how, yeah, fate. All these politicians created artists. What can I say? What up, Joel?
Yes. Hey.
Hey. Finally.
I'm doing good.
You good?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. It's strange, but since my
I'm
wife
so happy
gave
to
her-
be here tonight.
I'm happy that you are here. It seems like your audio and your video are not. Yeah. See, when you talk,
Synchronize.
yeah, it feels like. Did you change something? Okay. Say, un chasseur sachant chasser sans son chien est un bon chasseur.
Wanande Mubulu.
Wait, okay. Call me back, so I can see if it's just a
Okay.
connection question. I don't know what they're scared of saying un chasseur chasser sans son chien est un bon chasseur. C'est pourtant si simple. You know. All right.
Okay.
Huh?
Is this still the same thing?
Yeah. It works now. Perfect.
Okay.
You're good now.
Good.
So, yeah, I was saying, what were we saying?
You were saying that we all come
Yeah,
after all
it's
these years,
crazy,
we're
like,
now all in the media,
that's crazy, huh?
creativity.
It's like, yeah, sometimes I think about it and I look at everybody and I'm like, and then I see the kids of Mopop, our cousin. One is a manager of a rapper, the other one is doing this, and then you have on Mom's Family we have so many singers, so many girls that are singers, and I was like, yo, one day we're gonna do a whole family reality show. Yeah,
why not?
James is saying Mbote, Joella.
Mbote James.
So he says it's in Lingala show, right? Julie is saying Joel. Master Electronic, hello Papa Joel.
Hello, Master Electronic.
Grim on the beat is saying hi from Mozambique. What up? Greetings. Grim on the beat.
I agree.
There's a new remix to do, so do it. That was for Grim. So how was your weekend? What did you do this weekend?
This weekend, yesterday I was producing Dahlia show. And after that, they got me to set up the trampoline for the kids.
Oh my God.
So we kind of started, but there was a problem. The place, the area where we're trying to put it, it's not leveled. So I need to get some sand, some soil, put it together and level it so it'll be fine.
So it's a trampoline that will stay?
Yes, because it's big. It's like 4 meter wide.
Oh, so you're just setting up in your garden?
Yes, in the backyard, yes.
Oh my God. Elise boy is saying greetings, brother Joel.
Hey, Elise.
So, where do we begin? Do we talk about business first, or do we because I was hesitating. Do I call this show? I like to call the show when I have a guest. I like to call the show as the name of my guest. And when I don't, so I was like, oh, let's talk about live streaming with Joel.
Yeah.
But then I was like, let's just call the show Joel. So if I call the show Joel, man, it means that you're the guest, of course, but it means that we're not going to talk only about work, but we're also going to talk about how did you get there? How did you first of all, because the last time I saw you was in Canada, right?
Now, actually, we spoke, but we didn't meet.
I saw
on the phone
Mountain.
because yes, you were with Mountain.
I saw Mountain. And I had you on the phone.
Right.
And I saw Joe on in
Didi. Didi.
Yeah, the day I saw him in Kinshasa. And you only had you on the phone. So when did we see each other in the flesh?
Whoa.
We were like
That's
in our
probably-
20s?
Yes,
Or
in the
before?
20s.
Yo,
yes,
come on.
in the 20s, just before 1991.
Yo. Before
Yes.
91? That's not even my 20s.
Nah,
I was a teen.
I mean, because why I'm saying this, okay, all right, when was that? 1991. Then yes, 1991. It was before 1991 because 1991, September 1991, that was the first pillage in Kinshasa.
Ooh, so he's been
That's when they broke,
forever.
um, Reflex.
Yeah, my mom's club.
Yes, and then from that time, you never came back, really, even for
Oh, yeah.
vacation.
We came back. I think my parents came back first, and us, we came back probably. I think my parents came back after 8 years, maybe,
Right?
and me, I came back for only to perform. So that was probably 2004. When
Yeah.
Kaysha
At that time, I
Liko
was
huge.
gone.
Yeah. That's when I came back from. It was strange to come back because I remember that after Exile, I put a cross in Congo in my head. To me, it was like a place that I would not return because, in a way, I was thinking like my dad gave his life for this country, and then they took everything. So I was like, I'm out. Let's be French, or let's be. And then we had the Bagbo gave us the whole family the Ivory Coast passport. So for a time, my parents were living in Abidjan, and then my mom did a restaurant in Deux Plateaux, and yeah, then they were in France. Then they were, like it was a hard time those 10 years.
Yeah.
And then one day, listen, they called us, like they called dad. They were like, "Do you want to be president?" It was like, "Hell no." It's like, okay. Do you want to at least be a senator or something? It's like, okay, let me come. And then, they came. They went back and went back up, recuperate everything they had, mostly houses, lands, apartments, built a new house, and then, I was kind of skeptical in the beginning, but listen, and it felt great when I came back. It felt, home is home. Like, we can have multiple homes. I believe that my home today is Portugal, but when I go to Congo, I'm home. When I go to Abidjan, I feel home as well. And when I go to Paris, listen, I know Paris way more than I know Kinshasa, because I've walked all the streets of Paris, and I probably have an ex in every quarter and city of Paris. So it's only 16 things.
I mean, because those years are the teenagers years are the best, because that's where you keep most of the memories until you get the 20s, 25. And because you spend a lot of time in Paris, that's why you kind of, explore it.
It's like, especially before 17, I was only in front of computers. After school, I was only interested in my consoles and my Amstrad, my Atari, my computers. Only starting 17 that a combat start taking me to the clubs, and I start discovering another life. But before that, I was not interested in girls. I was not interested in dancing. I was not interested in all that. And all of a sudden, boom, and we start rapping and etc. So Paris is really the place where I grew up for me. I mean, I remember also growing up in Waterloo, because we would go to Waterloo in Belgium every weekend as well, with Ned, Adele, and the kids from Tantine Adele. So we would live, I think, 5 minutes from their house.
Right.
But so that was the back and forth between Paris and Brussels. And then once there was the problems between what up, Ezekiel? Once there was the problem between Congo and Belgium, everybody with a diplomatic passport could not go to Congo anymore. So at that moment, we also lost that connection with Brussels for a few years as well. So it really became Paris only, and of course the rest of the world. But it really became like Paris was the place, and everybody from Brussels, we lost them. People from Kinshasa, as you, we lost them. And then, interestingly, it's fame that brought me back to all my cousins. Like I remember going to Canada, and probably either you, Dimi, or Dede called me, telling me, "Hey, we're here." The first time, and then we start Facebook, and then I did a show, and that's when I had the occasion to see Mountain. Then I had a show in Chicago, I think. No, it was Washington
Montreal?
D.C. I had a show in Washington D.C. And then there were the two kids of Tantine Germaine, André,
Dande, and Gary.
and Gary. And last time I saw them, they were kids, and now they're guys. So
Yes.
of course, I put them on stage, and I'm like, "Yo, those are my cousins." Da, 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 da. And of course, all the girls are like, "Oh my God, you're Kaysha's cousin!" And then the guy from the club, who was the brother of the girl who organized all my tours in the U.S. So he was just lounge, and he just said like, "Yo, these are your cousins for real?" And I was like, "Yeah, okay. From now on, those guys, they enter for free. This is family." And then every time I would go to some cities, I would see cousins. Then I would go to London, and there was Fiston there. Then there was Cody in London. And that's when you realize that when you have our kind of families where we are really all around the world.
Exactly.
You could go to Thailand, you're gonna find a member of this family. So it's really like the fact that I was touring all around the world that made me all of a sudden meet everybody, and that's crazy. So what about you? So when there was the first pillage in Kinshasa, did you stay there?
Yes, I stayed, and I'm probably gonna share this with you, and if it's okay, then the day that Reflex was broken into, it was a Monday.
Yeah.
The Sunday before, I was at Reflex.
Oh
I'll
my
tell you, I
God.
was
What
there
have you-
until 5 a.m.
Wow.
Yes,
In the family
because-
nightclub.
Yes, it was the place to be.
But the worst part for me is that the Reflex days. So for those who don't know, Reflex was one of the best clubs in Kinshasa at that time in the end of the 90s. Or was the beginning of the 90s?
Because it was 91, so it was.
the
It
beginning of
started
the
in
90s.
89 to 90, 91. Yes.
So it's a club that was built completely by my mom, and it was like so futuristic at that time. And what's the worst part for me is I never get into that club.
Yes, because at that
I
time
was not there.
it was such a beautiful place. The technology, the sound, it was perfect. It was the first time that I saw those subwoofer that was kind of close to the dancing floor. So you don't see it, but you feel it.
Yeah. You feel the
And the way
vibration
it
in
was
your back.
built, it was built in a way that it was kind of like the atmosphere at the Intercontinental, but better.
Yeah, okay.
Better even for live performance. So that's why what will happen back then, it will be like the Wenge, the Bokechu, they will do whatever they do, like picnic, other places. And then around 1 a.m. or midnight, they'll come to Reflex. And then it'll be live music. Man, people will drive from downtown Kinshasa and then come to Reflect, which was in Binza. So
it was up there.
and you see the lineup of cars.
And
Amazing.
you know that's crazy, you know, like people know my dad, of course. People know my dad and they respect him to the fullest because of his political career.
Right.
But people have no idea everything that my mom has done.
Nope.
Like 1 restaurant, 2 nightclubs, stores. She even did the decoration in apartments from Mobutu's wives. She also like land, building houses, interior decoration, and now she's into planting stuff. Like people have no idea that like, yeah, behind the man or in front of the man, listen, there's a queen that doesn't play. Like
Exactly.
and when she said she's gonna do something, she does it. Like I saw my mom confront people from the army. My mom doesn't care. Like when when everybody was flying away from Kinshasa, and everybody was going to Brazzaville to take cover because there was the war starting. My mom was going up to Binza to get all the documents from the houses, the lands, to make sure that if they come back one day, they could get everything back. And
Yep.
that's what saved the whole family empire, because once everybody got back, you had people in your house. You had, and people were like, no, listen, I have a property title, and they could make a fake one. And she was the one she came in, she was like, first thing I do, I get back everything. So that's crazy. It's
Yeah, and
and I
that
never
was
met
really
that club.
that was the smartest move that she made, because even after, I don't know if they told you, there were some people that took the house where you grew up.
Yeah,
remember?
yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
And there was even this is a funny thing. One of the guy, who took over, he started wearing your dad's clothes with his monograms on the shirt. And people are like,
Oh my
yeah,
god.
it's not you, but it's you.
And it's funny, but at the same time it's horrible. It's a rape of your identity, you see. And when we got the house back, the like when they left with
They destroyed.
like, it was nothing. They destroyed everything. You could see
they broke
you could
everything.
see the trace of the walls, but the house was not there. So my parents didn't even want to build again there. That's why we move up, and they built even bigger, better, and they built the mega compound that we have now. Only your brother went there. You're talking about subs like the Behringer Eurolive. They will blow the place up in bass. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
What up, Mastermind? She's a real warrior, indeed. That's exactly. That still happens in Cape Verde. What? That shit is crazy. Yeah, listen, I believe this is where my trauma with Congo came from. Even if today I'm fine, but at that time, I really, what up, Coco? At that time, I really fell out of love. I fell out of love with the country where I was born, because I would see the sadness in with my parents, like, because you put your whole life in something and or somewhere, and then all of a sudden everything is taken back because political instability, and because even if the people love you, it's not safe for you anymore, and you don't know who's gonna come after that, and all of a sudden, like, you just leave on what you had when you went. And yeah, he gave me like a kind of love-hate relationship for a long time. And then growing up, starting to understand also, the dynamics, understand also, you understand the people, and you realize that the house was never like broken because people always had love for my father, but at the same time, you know, since everything is left to abandon because a lot of people just left, what you gonna do? Who's gonna protect your house? You know, if the security is not there anymore, this is where Africa is. And then I would also hear the stories of some childhood friends that their parents died in prison or got violated in prison so much that they suicide themselves, stuff like that. Because in those moments when people are just in a revenge mode, anybody who just had power at a point or who had money all of a sudden is somebody that has to pay for whatever. It's funny because you see this with the yellow vest in France, where when they were marching in Champs-Élysées, they just saw a Porsche, and it was somebody's car, somebody that maybe you don't even know if the person is rich, and they just set it on fire. They set it on fire just because, another fucking rich, let's burn his car. And you don't even know if that person worked his whole life just to get this car because he's passionate about car. Or maybe he's a rich person, but still, like, okay, you burned the car. You feel better? No! The rage is gone? No!
No.
So why you burn the car? Fuck that! It's like, makes no sense.
No.
So, you know, it's it was a special moment for me, and it really took me some time to fall back in love again with Congo. And it's interesting because people tend to see rich people or children of rich people in a way that is not human, and they don't realize that it's funny. Like, if you say it was a trauma, people will say, what about the people who got killed? What about the people this? What about the people who got Listen, I understand, but everybody has their point of view depending on how they live. And for us, it was a trauma as well, because you don't choose where you're going to be born.
Nope.
And until you are in your 20s, you don't really understand the dynamics of things. You are just part of something. And listen, your parents have money, you travel, you live in big houses, you have drivers, you have all this, and you have some cousins that are as rich or richer, some other that are less, but you see your
choose. I mean, it's a report that people have with wealth, with money, and with famous people, and that makes some uncomfortable, and they behave in a way that they cannot even explain themselves.
Yeah,
you see, unfortunately. And when they look at you and say, first they think because you are your father's son, then, for example, he gave you everything.
Yeah.
Even
talent.
From people who don't know, they'll say that. But, once in a while, I came across some people. I say, listen, he's my cousin, and I know he didn't get everything that he asked for. Not all the time. There was time like his dad would say no. Yeah. And why? Because I know it.
Yeah. Because we got taught.
Yeah.
We got taught a certain way. And then after this education kicked in, there were some things that we knew that no, we don't do this, we don't get this way. Some things you have to work for, and some things you have to earn. And some others, hey, listen, there it is. But listen, school was school, etc., etc. And I've seen so many people who, because they despise rich people or people who had something or people who came from something, they don't realize that those people have families as well. And if you are like 15 and all of a sudden you on the run, and because you are Mobutu's son or Mobutu's grandson, and all of a sudden like the life like that you got used to is just completely Some people don't realize what it does to kids, and some others they're fine because they were prepared, because they, and that's the fun thing about politics that I find in music as well. People in music, they act like if whatever they're doing in music, in YouTube, in fame in general, they act like if the buzz that they have right now, it's a buzz that will never go away. And they don't realize that you can be famous today, and this can stop tomorrow. You can be famous for 6 months. You can have this one song that explodes, and soon as the song has exploded, 6 months later, nobody remembers you. And you can have a career that spans 3 generations or more. But you don't really know, because it's not just the songs you're gonna do, it's gonna be what the competition will do, it's gonna be how people, it's your charisma. Are you a likable person? Are you not? If you're a likable person, everywhere you go, you leave a good trace. So everybody you meet will support you, radios will play your songs forever, etc. If you're a piece of ass, if you're an asshole, everywhere you go, people are just waiting for your buzz to die so they can push you even more. And like, I've seen some artists, they really were in this thing where they were like, yo, I'm the one, like I can talk how I want, I can do what I want with who I want. And I was like, careful. Quand on monte les escaliers, tous les gens qu'on rencontre à chaque marche, on va les rencontrer en redescendant.
Exactly.
Those people that you meet on the stairs, they might be the one who can,
stop you from falling,
from going down, right? Stop you from falling. Or they can be like, oop, something
let
is
him
falling.
fall. Let him fall.
And that's the crazy part where I think what we have been through, that for some people, they would be like, what kind of trauma are you talking about? You went from living in a huge house in Congo to living in a huge house in France. And what? You had to sell one house? It's not suffering. I understand that point of view. But from the point of view of the person who's living it, you cannot go back to your country.
You cannot go back.
And I remember when I was trying to get the French nationality, and they would tell me, yo, we need acte de naissance, birth certificate.
Birth certificate.
So I asked my mom, and she gave me the birth certificate. And then they tell me, yeah, but we need one that has the cachet from the embassy in Congo that is less than 6 months, and it has to be, there has to be a thing from the judge out there in Congo that says that he's an original, plus from the French embassy in Congo that says it's an original.
Certified copy.
And I cannot go back to Congo because there's war, and I mean, my name right now is not welcome out there. So I mean, I might go and it might be fine, but I might arrive at the airport and be taken away and put in jail or whatever, or being used for ransom and whatever. So I cannot go back. So the person at the French prefecture tells me, oh, so okay, so in this case you need a political asylum seeker form
Status.
and to have this status. So you are political. I'm like, no, I've been here. I'm a French resident. I have the residency. I'm fine. I'm not seeking asylum or whatever. I just been here for 20 years, and now I want to become French because it makes sense. First of all, I've been here. I live here, and I'm tired of traveling every week. And when we all arrive at the airport, everybody is already picking their baggage, and I'm here doing the
Immigration.
long queue, the long immigration queue, when everybody's just like, and they were like, "Oh, okay, so you're not a, you're not an asylum, you're not a political refugee." I'm like, "No." Okay, so in this case, we need a birth certificate with proof of, and I'm like, "Hi, Victor," and I'm like, "Yeah, but I cannot go back there, and there's a war out there, and I cannot go." Say, "Yeah, but we need a birth certificate." And I was like, "Yeah, but I mean, I cannot really go there." Okay, in this case, you are a political refugee. I'm not. We just left. Yeah, in this case, I need a birth certificate. And you know what? I abandoned the whole thing until the war got over, and my parents went back to Congo, also took back some of their power, and yeah, then my mom told me, "Hey, listen," that's when I did my first show, and when I did the show at Grand Hotel, yeah, I stayed another week, and I said, "Hey, listen, Mom, I need birth certificate, this, that, whatever," and then I could finally start my French nationality stuff.
What a story.
Listen, stories. I got stories forever. What about so between 91 and so those 10 years? Did you spend the war in Congo?
Not really, because 1991, that was the first pillage, and we survived. And that one, I was home. September 91, I was home. And then the second pillage, which was on, it was January or February 1993. I was downtown in Gombe, Kinshasa.
So where did you live, first of all?
When did I leave Congo?
No, where did you live? Streets? Where?
Oh, now I was living in Binza Ozone. For those who know Binza Ozone, on the Route de Matadi, right on the main street. Yes.
Okay, so because I remember going to your house all the time. It was not far.
Yeah. So it was that right there, a couple meters from. Less than 2 kilometers from where Reflex was.
Oh, okay. So you were.
So it was really close. Yes, it was really close. Please.
The owner is my auntie. Okay. I see.
Yeah.
Young Joel.
Yeah. Now, and then to go back to Reflex on that morning, on that Monday morning, I was still in bed, and then I heard gunshot and all that. People come and say they're breaking into Reflex. That was the first thing. We kind of run. We went there, tried to calm the people, the soldiers, but then some of them were already inside. At that time, one of the bouncers, he was living close by. He started moving stuff like equipment, music equipment, the disc and all that. He moved them to his place. It was like not even like 200 meters. And then later on, we were able, and I was part of the people, we were able to drive all those cities, whatever we were able to get.
Yeah.
We drive them back to your home.
Okay.
Yes. And that was the day that the end, and then we knew Reflex was no longer. And 1993, the second pillage, I was downtown Kinshasa, and then I slept at a friend's house. The next morning, I went to, I don't know how I got there. I got to Grand Hotel. Back then, it was Hotel Intercontinental.
Yep.
Tantine Agnès was there.
Nice pool, man.
And I say, oh, yes.
Peace, Tantine Agnès.
And then I'm like, Tantine, I cannot go home because the road and all. He said, okay, no problem. We'll see what we can do. And they found me a room, in the old section of the hotel. It was kind of empty. I got a room there, and I stayed there for 2 or 3 days, and we were doing nothing most of the time, playing, Scrabble and with all the people there, and it was that. Until then, 1997, that's when my uncle, my mom, younger brother, decided to say, okay, guys, things are not looking good. You better get out. And because at that time my mom was here in Canada, they say, okay, you better go and be with your mom, because then you can start your life over and move up. And that's how we traveled. So I arrived in Canada on February 1997. And since then, never gone back. Never went back.
Since 97,
Yeah.
you've never been to Congo? You mean your kids don't even know Congo?
Nope. No, unfortunately.
What about your wife? When did she arrive?
2003.
And she never went back as well.
Nope. I mean, she was supposed to go back for vacation last year, and then the COVID hit, and then it was,
I
it
remember
was
when she
again
was
to
saying
take.
that. It was-
Yes, and it was supposed to be this year, and then again things and then she's like, no, because last year they were supposed to go with all the kids, all three of them.
Wow.
Yes.
So, when I got out the plane and I landed in Kinshasa for the first time, I think it was probably 2004, 2002, I don't remember. So, I spent, around 10 years without coming. I remember going out of the plane and kneeling and kissing the ground.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember, it was really like a special moment for me, because I was home. It has this, it's special to be there.
It's special. I know.
I mean, I feel for you, because I know your brother is out there living his best life.
Yeah.
But yeah, bro, you have to go back. It's this thing where I remember having this feeling of, okay, I'm done. This is past life, and I will never go back. And I'm done, and I'm fine, and I don't need it, and whatever. And then when I had my first show, and they were telling me, yo, Kinshasa, I was like, wow. And in the plane, when we landed, it really felt that I'm home, and this is something that you have to feel, especially after 20 plus years.
Yes.
It's like,
Yeah.
Delvaux, Kitambo, Binza, nothing changed. It's just more chaos.
More chaos.
but
And I
nothing
see it
changed.
went through your vlog.
Yeah. You see, you saw my last vlog. It's listen, the last vlog. We come out of my house. Wait, let me find it. I don't even remember which vlog it is. 867, if I remember well. You guys have vlogs called 867. Damn it. That's the one. Wait. Let me go to Chrome. Add you in there. Okay. So wait. So that's the airport. That's a new airport. That's the
Yeah.
new Njili. And okay, that's what the new
And
house.
hallway.
Yeah, you don't know this house. You know the
No,
old
I don't
one.
know. Yeah, I know the old one. Yeah.
You don't know this car. That's a new car too. But you know the driver. It's the same one.
Yeah. I remember.
Sambu. So
Yes.
so when you leave the house, those are our new soldiers. So you see, this is the way to our street, and then this is to go down. That's going down. I think our old house was further down or further up. I'm not sure.
I think further down and then turning right somewhere
Yeah. So
on Yandonge.
yeah. So this is going down, and this is Delvaux.
Right.
You recognize the church,
Yeah, the church, Saint-Sacrement.
Saint-Sacrement. I think that's where I got baptized. And
Yeah,
Delvaux is the same.
Yeah.
It's just more people.
I mean,
all these.
same for you because you've been going, but for me,
Yeah.
it kind of changed a little bit.
I can imagine. And listen, there's a lot of those yellow horrible cars that make a lot of accidents. The taxis, they drive all those little taxis. They drive like crazy. All these ones, they drive like crazy. But I mean, listen, I wouldn't be. Some of our cousins look at Cody. Look at Cody. He's
Yeah, and in the picture. Yeah.
And I would say that some of our cousins like Yale and others decided to go back, and they love it. I don't believe that I would be able to go back and live there. It's too much chaos for me, and I think I've been used to Europe way too long that if I want to import my ways out there, I'd be feeling like, and I understand there's a lot of opportunities, there's a lot, like my brother's there now, Tattoo, Cody's there, left to England. They are doing a lot of things, but it's listen, when you arrive to Quintambo, you like, bro, Quintambo is,
I heard it's busy.
listen, it's like you take cars, motorbikes, crazy taxis, trucks, and people, and you just take a whole roundabout. Plus, you put some people who just decide that, I'm going to do a store here in the middle, and then you just
Shake it.
and I don't know how there's not more accidents, because it's busy as busy can be, and to do those, it's just a roundabout.
Yeah.
But
Just a roundabout. Yeah.
to go from when you leave Ma Campagne to go on your way to Sosimat, you need sometimes 45 minutes. Where back in the days, it was 2 minutes. Now you need 45 minutes because it's like,
Wow.
it's spaghetti bolognese, and nobody cares about nothing. Everybody go the way they want. Everybody just and you see the station at when you are almost going to you're on your way to go to Sosimat.
Right.
You have the gas station, and people, they just go through the gas station.
No
They don't
way.
care. Like they go like they arrive at
No way.
the ramp to go to the gas station. Some people, instead of going there, they
Wow.
want to go this way. and they're gonna go into the gas station because everybody is just trying to arrive where they want to arrive. They don't care about the rest. They don't care about rules. Nobody cares about nothing. Police will tell you to do something. You're like, don't go. And you're like, wait a minute, what's wrong? What's going on? What's going on in this place?
Now, I mean, it's a place. I mean, I'm really happy for them, for Dede, Tattoo, Cody, and all these people that they are, living
need
and
it.
doing things there.
Yeah.
I'm happy for them. But I think for us, it's really a matter of we still have a lot, where we are, you in Portugal, me in Canada, we still have a lot attachment here that there's not really real compelling reason to leave everything now and go back to Congo and start a new life or a business.
I don't believe in the saying that, are you from there, you have to go back there. I don't believe in that.
No.
I believe that for every person, there's a storyline, and for every person, everybody will decide where home is. If my heart was in Paris for 32 years, and I stayed there, and when everybody was starting to go back to Congo, and everybody was like, yo, listen, there's opportunities, you can become rich, you can do this, you can even go do politics, blah, 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 we back in. I was like, guys, I need studios, I need internet, Wi-Fi, all that. This is my life, this is how I make my money. And hey, good luck. I come see you guys in a few years and see where you are, how you are. And listen, everybody has cars, drivers, nannies, houses with gardens, etc. And I'm like, I love apartments. And it's this thing where the narrative of we have to go back, it might work with some people, and more power to them. But for a lot of people, hey, life is in the US or in Europe or Thailand or whatever, because home is really where you decide that this is home for me. This is, before moving from France, I knew that my heart was not in France anymore for a few years already. I knew. And it ended up being Portugal, but before that, I thought about Brazil, I thought about Thailand, I even thought about, hey, Sweden, Norway, Canada, and I even thought about, let me find a place where it's super cheap so I can pay the rent for 1 year, and then I just have a backpack and a suitcase, and I go spend 1 month in one city, then I come back for a little bit, then I go spend another month, and I just come somewhere and I take the rent for a whole month, because African bohemian, I'm like that. I loved to go and meet new people, meet new places, create in other places. And for some people, going back was exactly what they needed to do. And for some others, we find where we are, and it's okay. Right. It's like, because it's funny, the people who's, no, you have to go back, Africans need to da. I'm like, guys, if we look at reality, we kind of stop being Africans in the term of mindset and etc.
Mindset, right.
We are now Europeans or North Americans or etc. Because if I've been out of Africa now since 80. Well, I was 7. I'm 47, so it's been 40 years.
40 years, yeah.
So it's been 40 years out of Africa, and I just come for a week or two, do a show or chill with the family, then I go back. I cannot compare my experience and who I am to somebody who spent the last 40 years there. Or for
No,
example, if you
we're
take
different.
exactly if you take Bodhi, for example, Bodhisattva, he left
Mm-hmm.
Africa when he was 18. So even if he looks white, he's more African than me in his manners, even in the way he acts. You can see he has more of that Bantu ways that me. I have more of the French ways because I lived in France all my life. That's where I studied. That's the language I speak the best. That's where I have the most vocabulary, etc., etc. And it's okay. And you have to understand who you are in the whole master plan, and not let the pressure from all the activists make you do something stupid that you will regret, because there's a lot of people who regret as well, who they never found themselves in terms of not in terms of doing stuff, whatever. It was more in terms of mentality. There's a lot of people, they can't, like, especially if you used to order, you used to respect of rules, you used to, when there's a green light, you go. When there's a red light, you stop and you
stop.
wait. It's just the simple things that people like me are attached to. And I arrive there and all this chaos, and I'm like, and last time my wife was like, yeah, but come on, we've been here for 2 days. Like, can we do stuff? Can we go somewhere? Can we visit this? No, listen, she keeps showing me on Instagram photos of Parc de l'Ancele, this, that. And I was like, baby, we need 3 hours to go anywhere in the chaos. And we need 3 hours then to go back. I don't have the courage to do this every day.
To sit in traffic for 3 hours.
I can't. Like, when I'm alone, so I think we did it maybe 3 or 4 times. In 2 weeks, we did it 3 or 4 times. And listen, you're exhausted when you come back.
Right.
You're not only exhausted from the time, but you're also exhausted from the stress of watching this chaos. And me, I'm a person, chaos makes me nervous. Chaos makes me anxious. Seeing all these, nobody cares about no rules, it stresses me. I'm like, fuck, what they do? Why? And yeah, the driver is like, yeah. And for everybody it's normal because they've been there. For me, I'm gonna spend the whole trip saying, look, why are there 4 on the bike? Why are they 20 inside this little car? And it stresses me. And when I arrive home, I just want to stay home. And that's why usually when I'm alone in Congo, and of course not in pandemic setting, I stay home the whole day, and I leave home around 1 a.m. when the streets are clear, and in 45 minutes we arrive to go to a club, restaurants, whatever, chill, and 4 or 5 a.m. we back up. That's okay for me because I'm used to a life as well where if I have to go somewhere, if I have to go to Buddy's house, for example, it takes 30 minutes, and he lives far in Portugal. Buddy's house in Kinshasa is 5 hours, just because of the madness. So I tweeted like, yo, the traffic around here is madness. I feel like I'm in a bowl of spaghetti. And somebody replied to me, you are a son of the Congo, you cannot say that. You have to. I was like, shut the fuck up.
Oh, man.
So when
The
are you going back?
expectations.
So when are you going back? This is my question. When are we all meeting there?
I mean, that's a good question. I haven't, even Dali, she asks me all the time, we should go, why don't.
You should.
Uh, I'm not really prepared. I'm not prepared. And
Oh, so you
the
worse
other
than me.
thing too. I'm sorry.
Hey Nadia, you worse than me because you. It feels like you kind of don't want to go, or you put it behind you. It feels like.
Yeah, it's just behind me. And I always said if I have to go, I'm not planning to go to Kinshasa. Maybe go to, some remote place like Mbandaka or,
Been forever.
yeah, in the province where it's quieter than in Kinshasa.
Lubumbashi is amazing.
All right. Yeah, and I've seen also the videos. Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe, going those places instead of Kinshasa. But Kinshasa is where most of the family is. So not going in Congo and then going to Kinshasa, it's like, what's the point?
I mean,
But it will come. It will come.
yeah, I feel that it's a process that maybe you have your own traumas, the same way I had mine. Especially me, it was the trauma of being taken away, and I mean we were at school already, so when we were taken away, it was just all of a sudden we couldn't spend our holidays there. But for you, you lived the revolution
Yeah.
from inside, and then you had to move because there was nothing more for you. So the kind of déchirure.
Yeah. And
It's
the,
kind of
the
your
thing
heart
is,
was torn of leaving, and then you were like maybe hoping to go back for so long that at a point it just became, yeah, okay, you know what? Let's close this chapter, and now my life is in Canada, and embrace my new life and move in that direction. And but I believe that and I'm gonna speak for me. Going back in Congo, it kind of healed some things for me. And listen, if somebody tells me today, listen, you have unlimited money and you don't need to work or whatever, and you can build your house anywhere, where would you build it? I would say Lisbon, or maybe Miami, or maybe an island in Thailand, or maybe Bangkok even. Bangkok is busy as well, but it's different. But I feel more attached to Lisbon. So it's not a thing where I'm like, oh, listen, if all the conditions were that I would go live there. No, I can be a proud representative of Kinshasa and not want to live there because my heart, my family, what I built is here.
exactly.
But going back gave me back something that I didn't really felt that I needed, but it's like the part of you that you forgot because you decided to move on. And then when you get it back, you're like, damn, this is my arm, And yeah, listen,
You are preaching.
I'm preaching. You have to. It's not going back to stay. Look, Adele, our
Yes.
cousin, she went there to start organizing the family stuff. And she went there for a week or two. So last time I went, she arrived. So that was in April,
Yeah.
and she's still there.
Yeah.
She's still there. She's like enjoying to the fullest, and she's replenishing a battery that she didn't know was empty, and she didn't know that she even needed it. And she's enjoying everything out of it. And she's like us. She's been in Europe forever.
Forever.
So,
Yeah.
Her sister went back. She was like, I can't anymore. She went back. But her, she's like, damn. Like, yes. okay, yeah. And then when she comes back, I know that when I come back, I'm always different. It's like if there's a source of energy out there, but it's not the energy we need that we have already for our day to day where we are. It's another energy. It's another energy that when you come back, you like, all right, let's go. And I mean, this that does that to me, and that's why I go twice a year. I go twice a year. It's important for me, and it's also interesting to find out about everybody that you left behind and meet them and see what they became. And even for me, you know, growing up and when I started to sing and etc., you know, when I was 15 back then, the Izesika days. And now you see some of them, they are politicians, some of them, they are businessmen, and everybody's now, everybody's around 45
Settled.
to 50, and everybody's like has kids, and some are even grandparents, and it's like, hey, and you see people who are now in their 50s or 40s, and you remember when we were 15,
Right.
and they stay there. So and they bring you to a point in your life, a point in time that you kind of left behind, and this kind of makes you whole again. That's what I was looking for. It makes you whole again to have this reconnection to who you are, because who you are is not what you are today, is who you are today plus everything you have been. And just being in Binza, this is our kingdom. I'm done preaching.
It's true, because whenever I look back and also look at Yandonge, coming from Tonton Willie, going to grandma, going to your place, back and forth, doing all that.
See?
Those are the things. Yes, you just sometimes you feel like, okay, if I have to go back and just to see those things and say, okay, these are things that have evolved, and that means also we need to move up, to move on certain things. There are certain things that as you were speaking, I can tell, the things that I never want to deal with them. I never want to deal with it, and it just somewhere in the back of my mind, I'm just like, no, I don't, and that's probably why
I don't wanna...
putting me in that position. But one day, because
this take
coming
your,
from,
say...
Go ahead. Okay, so coming from being Afro doubters, 3 years ago, and now I'm more, I'm supporting people who are willing to relocate back to Africa. I think my time is coming, but not
Especially,
today.
You need to
It's coming.
support people who want to relocate. You need to you need to be, to know where they are relocating. So but it's this thing where I understand the trauma, because living is really something that, even if you're not living in even if you're not living because you're running away from something, you're just living because there's nothing there anymore. It's chaos, and it's for a better future. It is still something that will create trauma, because you're living behind your life to start a new life. And when you decide to go back, you kind of, even if the wound is, it's been, it's not even open anymore. It's been fine. There's kind of a lot of things that you have to deal with for yourself. the fact of seeing the old house destroyed with my eyes, it broke my heart. But at the same time, it made me even more happy when I saw my mom going to the land that they had on the upper hills, and she was like, you know what, I'm gonna build myself a house that will be 3 times bigger. And then when I saw her starting. So they lived in the Grand Hotel for years.
Yeah.
They had 2 suites, and they were just there chilling. And my dad was like, "Yeah, listen, we can stay there forever." My mom was like,
No.
And she built this huge palace. And when I got in the house, I was like, wow. And now that she's doing the plantation, look. So you were talking about, can I put WhatsApp here? Look at what my mom sent me.
Yeah, that picture.
So that's Tonton. Wait, I have to put. I'm not gonna put the sound anyway. But this is Tonton Willie. Oops. At the plantation.
Right.
And you see.
If it's Liboke.
Hey. And now they do this every Sunday.
I
And
mean,
you know
and
when-
it's good. It's good for them because they reach that time of the lives where they need to kind of take it easy, to chill.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and at the same time, it's I believe that it has this this importance where you know that you have that safe space,
Right.
and you have this safe space that is home, and you see the things that you can build, and you see the things that our parents are building, and you are like, okay, there's, even in the midst of all this chaos, there is still people that are building things, and there's a way to move forward, even if it's just a different mentality. I know that personally, when I think about it in 10 years or in 20 years, I don't know, because life is life, but I believe that I would be building here. But at the same time, from time to time, when I have conversations with Buddy, we think about, oh, listen, if I wanted to build a whole city or a whole block of buildings, would it be interesting to do it in Congo? You know, because there's a lot of things to be done that could be interesting, and even for us who are in the entertainment and content business, there's a lot of content that can be done. There's a lot of opportunities when internet become as ubiquitous as it is here. There's a lot of people creating a lot of amazing content because technology.
Yeah.
And
Right.
so it's, you gotta go. You know, you just go, and you go to you go to all the places. You know, you go to some places that mean something to you, like going to 30 Juin, going to Rond-Point Forestcom, going to Mbinza, going to Njili, going to Lansele, and meeting people that you haven't seen for 40 years will reconnect the old you and the new you, and even if it's just for that, not with the need of going to go back just
Yeah,
to have
visit.
this, to visit, to revisit like your life.
Yeah.
And listen, taking my daughter there, it means something also. It has such a different feeling when you go with your kids, and especially when they're young, and you tell them, hey, Canada is your house, but here is your home. Like, this is where you come from. This is maybe not. Our kids were born in Occident. My son was born in Belgium. My daughter was born in Portugal. But daddy was born in Kinshasa.
Exactly.
And when you take your children to where you were born, and where at their age you were here running on that land, it has a feeling that I cannot describe until you go, and you like, and you have this emotion. You have this emotion of you want to cry, and you want to, daddy comes from here.
Yes. And talking about seeing them, when I saw Asha running, and it just reminded me that our years. Going
Exactly.
back,
Listen.
going to grandma where she had a cube, and we will play in the cube, up, down, doing the things.
We would eat the yellow flowers because they had sugar in it, and we would all have diarrhea. You remember? Because it was laxative.
And I'm like, where do you get that? Where's that coming from?
It was those plants, those yellow flowers.
Yellow flowers, yes.
And then diarrhea. So all these little things, we have them in us.
Right.
But then when we arrive there, all of a sudden they are real again, and not just memories from a distant past. Because even me, like, when people are like, yeah, but why you love, you don't love Congo, you love more Zaire. I was like, it's not a question of Congo, Zaire, whatever. I was born in Zaire, and when I left that country, the name was Zaire. So my country doesn't exist anymore. My flag doesn't exist anymore. So at a point, I had to leave everything behind and live a new life, and meet new friends, and speak a language that is a new language or whatever.
Right.
And yeah, listen, when you come back, all of a sudden, the streets are there. You see some people that you even forgot they exist, some aunties and some, and all of a sudden, you are reconnected with your old self, and then you are whole again. So what up, Nadia? How are you? Did I say hello to Nadia?
Hey, Nadia.
Your wife is saying not everybody has the same destiny. That is true. Master Electronic is saying, I welcome you in Sweden.
Sweden, yeah.
Sweden is cold as hell. Congo, the Democratic Republic of, just need real leadership to boost up the country. You know what, Master Electronic, I believe that it's way more than that, because it's not just leadership when a whole country has a mentality. You change leaders, you will not change the mentality of everybody under the leaders. And then it's the same thing. So it's complicated.
It's not easy.
We from outside love to think, it's just a question of finding the leaders. Trust me, when corruption starts at the airport, it's like all the way up from down, or all the way down from up, and it's just a mentality that is different. And we don't realize, because we've been away for 30 years, 40 years, we don't realize that we actually are seeing at the problem like Europeans or Americans or Swedish. We see the problem as, it's simple, it's a question of this. Look here, they do this. But it's not the same people, and they don't have the same mentalities, and they don't have the same infrastructure, and all these things that you don't need. You don't need a leader. You need 5 generations to change everything. You need people to be less about their church pastor and whoever is the new predicator. You need so many different things. You need people to be. You need all the people who work to make the city work to be paid, so that they can stop.
We need to bring that change that people are really looking for. We need a critical mass of people thinking and looking in the same direction, because I've said it so many times to different people trying to do it, and I say, if you only have one person with new ideas, new mindset, and trying to fight 30 people,
Yep.
all they do, they make sure that you don't move. They make sure that they lock everything all around you, so you're cornered, and they tell you what to do.
But you know what is a real problem? Is that most people who think we need new people with new mindsets, they think people from outside with the mindset from outside. Where what you really need is people who were born there, who know their way, who have the mentality, but want to do something new, and they are ready to really create a real revolution. And then you have to not understand one thing. Under the ground of the Europeans and the Americans, there's nothing. So they will not let you come with your new mindset and think that you're gonna
Succeed
take
just easy. No,
you're just gonna easily take what they need to put in their cars or their electric cars and whatever, and they might
take away.
they might
You want
go
to take away the beef steak?
they're gonna
Good
come
luck.
and they have unlimited money to pay somebody and make them and corrupt whoever they need to
Yeah.
that is saying, I will bring him for 2 weeks, don't worry. Let's meet there in 2 years.
Yeah.
It's time to go, cousin. It is time to go. It is time. Like, it is
I
time
know.
to, prepare.
Yeah.
Start. Turkish Airlines is super cheap and it's a great quality. You just go like Canada, Istanbul, Kinshasa. And yeah, listen. And then you will realize why your brother is still there.
Yeah. I know.
I don't know if he left to stay or if he just went to check and then. But
He's like I say, he's a free
he's
bird.
a free agent. Yeah,
He's a free agent.
Yeah, but
No strings attached. So he can wake up one morning, decide to take his plane, he goes to Brussels, and then the next day he goes to Kinshasa, and the next day he goes to Bangkok or
yeah, he's like my best friend.
Dubai.
But hey, listen, it's the good thing is him being there. It means you already have somebody that can show you around that already do the listen, hey, you remember that? Blah, 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 blah. And plus Cody's there, Tattoo's there. Like we have, that's the beautiful thing about our family. We have so much people all around that we have. Yeah, it's not like you're going there like you're going in a unknown place. You're going to a place where you just Zamunda, hey, I'm the prince. I always cry when I'm in Congo of seeing the poverty of the people and the miserability in such a rich country. Is the main reason why I don't like to travel here. But you know what? There's also a lot of middle class people and rich people. So it's not, because if you want to talk about poor people, when I live in Paris, I would see poor people on every corner of every street. in the winter, I would see them under their couverture, just in the streets, dying of cold, and yeah, in it's a different poverty because they're in a rich country as well, where you have social security and all these things, and you still have people who don't make it. So,
Correct.
like, it's everywhere. It's just the narrative. It's the narrative that the media will make you think that you got more people in the streets, but I see more people in the streets in Europe, personally.
Yeah.
And and let's not talk about Los Angeles. The US is even worse. Like, there's homeless, and like,
Yeah.
it's everywhere in the world. So stop crying. What up, CB
Yeah.
Beats?
ACB beats.
It's very hard to reprogram brainwashed people. But you see, Master, they are not brainwashed. They just have a different program. They just think different. And a lot of people from outside think that what they need is to bring democracy and stuff that was created for European people. But even the American and the European systems are different. The president don't have the same power in the US, in Russia, or in Portugal, or in France. Everybody has a political system that is defined for and by their people. Us, we have copies of French or Belgium political systems where we are tribal territories,
Correct.
and the same people who draw our frontiers themselves. So it's this thing where what you need is to really create rules that work for the people that you are creating them for, IDJ. And this is not easy. It's hard because your rules might block the money of some people or the money of some other people. Not only the people from outside who are bringing in the weapons, bringing in all the chaos because it serves them, but also the people from inside
Correct.
who are thriving inside of the chaos. They are making billions of dollars from the chaos. You're gonna come with your rules, they're gonna be like, yeah, everything is working fine here. We don't need you. Go back to where you came from. And that's where people don't see how complicated it is. It's way more complicated than just becoming the president, because you can become the president and be cornered.
Yeah, and that is why. And then to bring us back to one of the thing we thought about talking about tonight is like, and that is why I encourage people to start creating content.
Let's
Creating
talk about content.
to build that, to and do what it was done, sociologically done to those people. We have to undo it, but unfortunately, most of the time we spend a lot of time analyzing. We spend a lot of time putting down a stick, saying, "Oh, this is not working. This is." But at the end of the day, what are we saying to change things? What actions are we really taking? Are we, helping those people that need to hear a new speech, a new mindset? What are we doing to share that information with them? Because at the end of the day, we can blame whoever. We can blame the politicians. We can blame those superpower trying to take the minerals. But we also need to do something. And if we're not doing it, then...
Yeah. Hi, Emmanuel. Emmanuel just received her sweatshirt, so she's ecstatic.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Thank you, Julie. I do what I can. So, is it possible to reinvent Africa in the way it was before 1885? All the countries and map?
Forget it.
Forget
Nope.
it. Those are dreams.
Yeah.
Nobody
People
will
are so
want-
settled in the
Yeah.
way they are right now
Exactly.
that the
gonna-
first
Yeah.
enemies you have, it's those
The
Africans
people
themselves.
because
Yes.
you're not gonna tell some people from the north of Angola, oh yeah, by the way, you Congo now,
Oh,
or yo, Cameroon, you back to being Congo. What?
what? And before you know it, you have a gifle. Bang!
That shit is crazy. So let's talk about content. What made you, and when did you start becoming a content producer? If it is how you call yourself.
So there are two stages.
Yeah.
Maybe I need to go back to the story where all began. It was back in 2000. Back in 2000, after living the life of a young man, with income, money to spend, and all that, doing crazy things, trying to be like my dads, my uncles, the people I saw, all the parents that I saw growing up, doing things that didn't lead me anywhere. And then I got to a point I say, okay, I need to settle down. I need to find a mate, someone I can live for the rest of my life. And, some people know the story. I met a girl, and then she kind of took me to a church where she was going. And it was the beginning. That was 2000. And 2001, with Dimitri, it's like, okay, we need to create content. We need to start creating content, for the Christian, for the people who go to church. And that's how we started a company. We started a business to create content. And at the beginning, we tried to do some festivals, some concerts, and things of that nature. Until, it didn't work because it couldn't get the financing. And then we start focusing on really helping churches, building the media team. Back then it was still the VHS tape, people recording on VHS tape.
Wait,
And
VHS tape means this is what year?
2000.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So you
and it
started
was really
directly in the content production.
right. So from that, trying to build that, to do all these things, I find myself more back in the background, holding the camera, setting up the sound, that building the skills to, recording, learning how to record sound, learning how to videotape, learning how to edit and all that. And 2003, I met Dali. She was already a journalist.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
In Canada?
No, she was in Congo. She had a great TV show with, followed almost by the whole country.
What?
Yes.
I want to see that show.
Oh,
I want the archives. I want to see that show. Go ahead.
I don't have one here, but
You
if you
send me.
see Carnet de Santé, some people have it on YouTube, Carnet de Santé. So because of that, I built more on my skills, and I stayed behind the camera shooting hers, and because I didn't
Carnet
want
de
to
Santé?
stop her. Carnet de Santé.
Okay. So you
Yeah.
start shooting Carnet de Santé for her.
Yes. And she
And
was
that was
sending the
for-
tapes.
That was for
She
local
was-
TV in Canada, or that was for
No,
YouTube
for the
directly.
TV in Kinshasa.
So wait a minute. You met in Canada, but she was still doing shows for Kinshasa from Canada.
Yes.
So you would shoot the show for her, and
Yeah.
then you would send the product to what channel?
Kinshasa. It was Raga TV.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I remember
Yeah.
that one.
So that's where she used to send it because back then she used to work with two doctors, and one of them is now here in Canada, and the other one is still in Kinshasa. And the other one was in Kinshasa, was getting all the tapes and still showing it, on the TV, and it was good until trying to settle, and then she kind of slowed down with that.
Okay.
You see, and that's when I kind of still supported her and say, okay, you need to keep on doing it. Okay, and then the idea came to start another thing. We call it Ma Vie Ma Santé.
Okay. So Carnet de Santé was the first show, and then you had Ma Vie Ma Santé, which was the one that I know from YouTube.
Exact. And I was the guy behind all that.
Okay. So you've been you one of those husbands.
Yes.
I know.
So,
I'm in that club.
yeah, and then from there.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Uh-oh. I'm trying
It's
to
live.
reposition my camera. Wait, I'm gonna
Yes.
do it from zoom and pan. It's better. Because I'm go ahead, continue.
Yeah. So, and then from there, 2005 and 2006, she started getting people asking her to do some stuff here for the web. I don't know
Okay.
if you remember, there was a channel called Congo Mikili. They were based out of Montreal,
Okay.
and they will ask people. Back then, the guy was good. He will ask you, and then he'll pay you for that. So he'll pay you to do video, and then whatever content you like to create, so that he can put on his YouTube channel.
Okay.
So that's also one of the things we were doing. I will carry my equipment, my camera, and back then I had a mixer. It was a Behringer mixer that you can also use with a 9-volt battery. So I can
Okay.
take it on the field,
Ooh.
plug a microphone, and she had microphone because one of the things that I kind of learned from the year 2000, 2001, it was really the recording, the quality of the sound. I didn't know it, but I knew that sound played a huge role in a video. So
It's
I
actually more
made sure
important
that
than
my
image.
sound was good.
Yeah. It's more important than image because even if your image is going sideways or if there's a problem in the image, as long as people can still receive the message, it's more important than whether if you have a great image and the sound is not working, or even if just the sound is. Sometimes if the sound is out of sync with the mouth of the person speaking, I can't watch. I'm like, it's hard for me to watch for real. It's not.
Right.
I'm just like, oh no, it's really hard.
Yeah. So you see, that's how we kind of get into the game, and producing those videos on a regular basis until the first child was born. We still did it 2005, 2007, and then when the second came, things started becoming a little slow because they were smaller. So if we had to go on in the field, record things, we have either to find someone to babysit.
So all this was Ma Vie Ma Santé
Yes, Ma Vie Ma Santé.
for Raga TV.
No, when
no,
we started
for-
Ma Vie
for
Ma
the
Santé,
next-
she stopped with Raga TV.
Okay. So Ma Vie Ma Santé was for YouTube or still for channel?
For YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah.
So would you say that Dahlia turned you into a producer, or that she just made you a better producer, but she made you a producer?
She made me a better producer.
Because before meeting her, you were already doing that.
I was doing it, but I was doing it from
church.
an amateur, from church. And then she came with the TV experience. She said, no, we need to do it this way. We need to do it this way. In the beginning, one camera, so a lot of, planning, a lot of B-roll, things like that. Until one time I said, you know what? Let me get a second one.
All right. So, look at this one. Tu viens dans les commentaires, mais tu as peur de venir à la caméra. That's all I know. So when did you guys kind of, because I see on the YouTube channel, there's a moment where there's kind of a stop in the production.
Right.
And then you go back.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened there?
What happened, it was really the family, the kids. I mean, after the second one, and then she was losing the drive at one time, trying to do a couple things on the side, and it was not easy. And then after that, she decided to go back to school.
Okay.
Yes. And, that was really the big stop, because she was full-time at school, university, like full-time, for 2.5 years. Okay. And thank God, because here in Canada, they kind of took some of the marks like she got from Kinshasa, from Congo.
Okay.
Yeah, they gave her credit for that. And you know how here it's like North American system. It's not, you need to have this. No, they look at the content of the course and what it relates at university. And if you have that, they give you credit.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's how she got a bachelor's in sociology. Because of that, she couldn't produce much of the videos. But when it comes to yes, but there is one thing you did not know, and it was not just with Dalia, with Dimitri as well.
I was about to come to him.
Okay. So, seeing what it was done with Dalia, and then he looked at it and said, okay, maybe we should start something. And he started with the 7 minutes.
Because I remember he had a whole channel that I discovered a few years ago. Mm-hmm. And I started following. And then all of a sudden, everything was gone.
Yeah. And I was behind the camera and the audio.
So are you also behind Mountain of Inspiration program, or now he's...
No, now he's all by himself.
Okay.
Yeah, he's doing all that by himself. But with Dimitri, that was really the first time I launched into the live streaming. Because it was in 2011.
Yeah.
That we did the first live streaming. The internet was slow, but we did it for an hour, 40 minutes.
When? What date?
July.
What year?
2011.
I remember the first time I watched a live stream. It was on Justin TV. That became Twitch. But I think the first time I did a live, I don't remember the name of the site. It was not Vimeo, it was not Vidler. It was
Which one? So back then there used to be Ustream.
Ustream.
Yeah,
that's on
Ustream.
Ustream. I remember that I have a vlog in Portugal where I'm recording Vandame in 2010 or 11, I don't remember. And at the same time, I'm on Ustream and I'm talking to the people on the chat. And when I saw that vlog, I was like, wait a minute, am I live? Because I completely forgot about me doing this. And and then I remember that I had a show called Good Morning Kaysha back in 2010, where I would be live on Ustream. And I would call it Good Morning Kaysha, but it was at 4 p.m. And I would just be there talking for an hour or two, but I have none of this content because once Ustream disappeared, we lost all the content and all the chat. So I don't, but I kind of forgot that what I'm doing today is not something that I never did. I actually did a lot of live radio. And at a point, I even had a show on TV in the West Indies. But yeah, it's interestingly, it's the pandemic that really created.
Yeah, I mean this urge because my camera is freezing. Okay.
You back.
Yeah. So it was July. I have the link here. It's July 16, 2011.
Wow.
Yes.
So that's when you did your first live stream.
First
So
public live stream because I was doing live streaming for the church.
okay.
Yeah, I was doing that for the church, and from that experience, we said, okay, let's try. Dimitri said, okay, let's try it, do it for
So
my
what was
show.
it about?
It was about politics.
Oh my god. What a nightmare. I mean, it's a good subject.
Yeah, that was good. It was the political parties representative in Canada kind of met together, and there was a debate.
A debate. Okay.
Yeah, and Dimitri was the moderator, asking the questions and all that.
So how long did this go?
So because the internet connection wasn't great, so he did it a couple of times, and then
And
he
it cost
stopped.
a lot of money.
Yes. We did it a couple of times and then he stopped and he's focused more on producing other content. But because of that, he was called to interview Etienne Tshisekedi when he came in Toronto.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have those images?
Oh, yes. On Vimeo.
No.
I'm telling you.
Send me the link.
Sure. Okay. So
That's
I'll
crazy.
send you the one. Now it was really like when I talk about streaming, it's not something that I just started, like yesterday or last year. It's something that I've been doing for a while, and because of that, actually, some larger churches that were already on TV in Canada,
Okay.
they will call me to consult and say, "Can you help us
Okay.
with the streaming?" Yes.
Your camera is acting funny.
Yeah,
It is
it's acting
because-
funny.
Do you want to
So-
call back?
I may have to change the camera because what I'm using, it's iPhone 6.
Oh my God. This exists? This is a relic.
Yeah. So I have the
can
iPhone
send
6
you
that I
this.
use as a camera.
I can send you the iPhone 3 if you want.
But but for some reason my iPhone 6 gives me a better quality than if I go with iPhone 6s Plus. But
It's time to buy
the
a
6,
Sony.
yeah, and I mean I got a mirrorless, the Canon M50 Mark II.
Oh, it's nice. This has great quality. Why don't you use
Yes. Because I'm still, tweaking, learning a couple of things on that. So that's why I say, okay, let me use what I'm already comfortable working with.
that? Me, I bought my camera. This one, when I bought this camera, I received it on a Monday. Club Shada was on a Wednesday. I spent Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday just learning everything, understanding, trying to tweak the image, trying to get, because I was used to the
GH5?
image of the GH5 and the G85. I was used to those camera and those colors and those settings. So I just spent 3 days just tweaking, putting myself in the settings. So putting exactly like turning off the blinds and putting myself exactly in that image and looking and making not making it look like the old one, but finding the right setting for this camera.
Okay.
And I think I'm gonna still tweak a little bit, because sometimes the autofocus is acting funny, but
Okay.
yeah. But so let me wait.
I send you both links. The first.
Oops, sorry.
Okay.
Let me check it out. Débat des partis. CongoMikili.com. So that was with politicians
De la
from-
cellule COP Toronto.
Merci beaucoup. Et à sa gauche, il y a monsieur Albert Bouyamba.
Look at the
Oui,
image.
je m'appelle
Sorry.
Albert Bouyamba. Je suis le conseiller politique du représentant de l'UDPS au Canada, monsieur Claude Kiringa, qui
Wow. I want to see
Des questions à se
Mountain.
poser par rapport à sa présence ou ce qu'il représente en tant qu'individu. Monsieur Albert,
Mountain of inspiration.
Tout d'abord, je tiens à saluer notre auditoire.
Penseur indépendant.
Je m'appelle donc Yves Wabola. Je ne suis qu'un simple citoyen comme vous.
So, oh, that's a long video. That's like hours of content. Wow.
Yes.
What a
chacun a droit à la
sansfaçonplanète.com. Look at
Oh,
that.
he's closed that website.
Interview exclusive avec Etienne Tshisekedi. So you were behind the camera of that one, or?
Yes, I was.
Amen Productions.
La diaspora, attendu qu'elle n'a pas le droit de voter, attendu qu'elle n'a aucun mot à dire par rapport aux élections, que votre présence ici au niveau de l'Occident et précisément au niveau du Canada n'est pas du tout nécessaire.
Oui, je sais qu'on ne peut pas voter.
Oui, et je te demande pourquoi est-ce que le candidat est venu ici et pourquoi n'est pas resté au pays pour pouvoir faire la campagne.
Oui, d'abord,
Quelle
c'était
question
un combattant
insolente, Mountain.
de lutte.
Mais enfin, dit.
Par conséquent, la lutte continue jusqu'à son résultat. Or, vous le savez, si on dit que la diaspora n'a pas le droit de vote, ce n'est pas normal. Ce sont des citoyens et les ambassades de Kinshasa, du Congo à l'extérieur sont le prolongement du territoire national. Donc, ces citoyens et citoyennes devaient pouvoir voter. Mais si ça...
Let me see.
Décembre 2011, au cas où il y a un problème au niveau de l'élection à Kinshasa, au cas où, comme ce s'est passé à Abidjan,
Look at him.
on déclare que M. Joseph Kabila est le candidat qui aurait vaincu, qui aurait plus ou moins gagné aux élections de 2011.
That's crazy when you think that his son became the president.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And this is what I was doing so between 2001, February 2001, when I created a company, and now so it's kind of built that the confidence, and I was fine. I enjoyed being behind the camera. You know, I kind of enjoyed it. It was easy. All you do, make sure that the lights are there, you get the sound, the audio, the camera is rolling, everything is fine. Yeah, it's okay.
What up, YOLO YOLO?
Yeah, until last year.
Until last year.
Yes.
You are a true pioneer of streaming. That's true.
Thank you, Master Electronic.
And we're gonna talk about this question. That's a very important question. Which platform is better in terms of streaming?
Right. Okay.
But first of all, go ahead. Until last year. So what happened last year?
So last year, I saw myself and posting a lot, and actually a couple of years before that, 2017, I started a blog. And I call it for Joel Boea, but it was more on the political, giving advice, and my motto was pour un Congo meilleur.
Okay.
So I started writing, putting articles there, and some of them, like, okay, maybe one day I can put them in video. And one of my friends actually, he was like, you know what, you have you're saying a lot of good things, and maybe you should put that in video.
Okay.
That's when I started a channel that I called Pour un Congo meilleur. That's I kind of closed to start the other one. But last year, with the pandemics and people doing lives, I met one guy. He was doing live, after talking with you, but I was watching one guy. He was doing a lot of live streaming, but the quality was horrible. But I saw the energy. The guy had such energy doing what he was doing. I'm like, okay, no, I need to call him. I reach out to him and say, you can improve the video quality, you can improve the sound. I introduce him to StreamYard. And I show him how to use an iPhone, what application to buy on the iPhone, so that he can have the iPhone as a webcam, but with better quality than the webcam, the integrated webcam on his computer.
Okay. Yep.
And that was the beginning for him. People start flooding him, but then he started coming to me for a lot of questions. Oh, how can I do this? I'm having trouble with this. That's when I said, okay, let me create videos so that I don't repeat myself
and then
over and over.
How to. So why did you turn him to StreamYard? So StreamYard at that time was, online. I mean, it's an online application, and it will give you a free option with the logo, of course, but free. Yeah.
And you can use it and say, it didn't require a lot of compute power. All you needed was good internet connection.
And a lot of knowledge as well, because StreamYard does everything.
So StreamYard does everything kind of for you in the background. All you do just, type in the message you want. It goes in the ticker at the bottom. And then if you go with the paid version, then you can insert your own logo like you're doing right now. It kind of gives you things like that, but it was kind of open for people on a Mac or on a Windows. So that's where I kind of, say, hey, why don't you just go with StreamYard? And back then it was what, $15 for the next version, $15 a month, and then that's where people without an Apple computer start coming to me and say, how can we do it? Then I start pushing them to StreamYard.
You can see the link to StreamYard in the description for those who are watching now or watching afterwards.
Okay.
The link is in the description. StreamYard, Ecamm, and I also put it in the chat just in case some people want to just click and save that link.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So after StreamYard, after using it a couple of times, I discovered Melon app.
I never tried that one.
And actually, why I love the Melon app, it was because with the paid version at a time, because it was a promotion, they were giving it for $15. You getting their pro version, which gave you the 1080p resolution.
But what is the difference between Melon app and where's my
and StreamYard? Price and resolution. So
because you have 1080p, so
yes, with StreamYard, with Melon app, you have 1080p, but now it's no longer in promotion. So now you're paying the full version, I believe $45 to get the full, the 1080p resolution. But when they were doing the promotion, it was only $15.
Can you stream directly on different platforms with StreamYard as well?
Yes, same thing.
Okay.
Same thing. And with the pro version of Melon app, you can get 10 people on the screen. So the host plus 9 guests.
Oh.
Yes.
That's nice.
Right?
Let me see the features. Pro. Full ADP. 10 hours recording. Multi-stream and limited destinations. Damn. Because you know what I'm looking for? So the pro, the standard is 15 per month. The pro is 49 per month. So in the standard has like no watermark, 6 participant, unlimited streaming, multi-stream, 4 hours recording, disconnect protection. And the pro has 9 participant, media upload 300 megabyte, multi-stream unlimited, and full HD. Because I keep asking myself, what would I do if I need to have for example, when I'm in Istanbul or in Kinshasa and I see that the internet connection is fine and I want to be able to do something from my iPad.
Prism Live.
What the hell is this?
Prism Live, it's actually you can
Prism Live.
Yes.
Prism Live Studio.
Exactly. Oh, but in your case, it doesn't really matter. In your case, it doesn't matter because you already have like over 1,000 subscribers. But this is good for people with less than 1,000 subscribers. They can go live from their phone on YouTube.
Okay.
So from their phone, they start a live stream without having 1,000 subscribers. And it gives you can have overlays. You can have GIFs that you can put, a lot of things.
From the phone?
Yes, from the phone.
Damn.
Yes.
So from mobile on an app, so they have an app?
Yeah, it's an app and it's free.
What?
Yes.
That's crazy.
It is free.
Interactive effects.
Yes, look at all that.
Wait a minute. Okay. I'm learning stuff tonight. Okay, continue.
So Prism Live is really good for people with less than 1,000 subscribers and they want to go live on YouTube. It works perfect. And even for recording, you on the go, you don't want to set up your old settings, expensive stuff. Just take your phone, start recording, and then if you want to have your logo, Club Shada, like all these things that you have here, you can import them on Prism Live, like I said, and then from your phone, having Club Shada live with all the
That's exactly what I need for when I'm outside of my house. I need to do a show that looks like my show with my logos and my stuff. And interesting.
So this is Prism Live will do that. There is another one.
Okay.
We need a list of all those amazing programs.
We do. Master Electronic is starting his show soon.
Yes. So the other one that I just found, and I was talking about it the other day, it's Cinemaker. Maker. Yes.
Cinemaker.
Yeah, that's the one. And with this one, you have an iPad Pro.
Yeah, I do.
So with your iPad Pro, and then you take two iPhones, your iPhones become your cameras. And then you can switch between them.
The switcher.
And the iPad Pro is your director switcher.
I saw you doing this with your brother.
Yeah.
In one of your, because for those who don't know and those who don't follow yet, Joel Amen has a YouTube channel where he's actually teaching all these things. If I type Joel, it's not gonna work.
Joel Amen TV. If you need to put a TV at the end. There you go, the first one.
You're starting to have a lot of content, huh?
Yes.
Also, the Pour un Congo Meilleur is still here.
Yeah.
And then you have the shorts.
Mm-hmm.
I have to start doing shorts, but I have to find the right content to put on shorts. But I think I found it. I'm gonna upload the TikTok videos of the people dancing on my music.
For example.
On the shorts. So conseil gratuit. Those are shorts as well.
Yeah, short as well.
You didn't put that much lately. Right now.
No, not lately. But I need to just go back to my schedule because I set up in the calendar, but time.
I know.
Finding the time.
I learned to be modest with time.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. So, okay, continue.
So in your case, Cinemaker, if you, let's say you have a guest and you'd like to do an interview on the go in the street, I'll say your iPad Pro, if it comes with the cellular data program, slot SIM, then you can use that and use the same Wi-Fi from your iPad Pro to the two phones, and then you can have an interview style somewhere with somebody with two phones, and that's it.
What is the setup on Dalia's show?
So on Dalia's show, I have her. Okay. So for the last two shows, we've been using the Canon M50 Mark II, which was my birthday gift.
So she offered you a gift so you could film her better. She's smart. She's good. She is. Maman Dalia, vraiment, tu es forte.
So what I do with her, so I have that camera and then connect it through a converter, and then it goes to my computer, HDMI from the camera, that converter USB-C to the computer.
What is
Then-
the converter?
It's a Chinese one. It's called WiiStar.
Okay.
WII star. So that's what I use to convert to connect the mirrorless camera. And then I have two lights. One of them is on the ceiling, and it's right in
where
front
you
of
are
her.
right now is your studio? Is your office studio?
Yes. So this is like my office studio, and then right on that side, on the other side, that's our studio.
Okay, you both have your studios.
Yes.
My
So
God.
she stays in her corner. I'm on my corner.
So wait a minute. When you are recording,
Mhm.
can you see each other? Or,
Yes.
But you both have your room, or it's of the same room with just separate corners?
It's the same room and just separate corners. It's a rectangular room,
Okay.
and then we just have like a 40-inch an old TV that we use for her as a monitor.
Okay. That's where she
Yeah.
sees everything.
That's why she sees everything.
Oui, fais la maline. So, and so while she's doing she's being a presenter and conducting her show, you on the other side taking care of everything that is technical,
Right.
sound, video, putting the comments up.
Right?
So how do you communicate during the show?
All she just tells me, we kind of know, and sometimes she gives me a cue. She'll say, for example, let's have a look at a comment from the audience.
Okay.
That's when I start putting the last comments,
And then,
she
she
can
sees it
see
and she sees it on the TV.
on the TV.
So, do you only do shows on location, or you also do shows which is the new? That's true. We should have a tour. He's gonna do one on his channel. Go subscribe to Joel Amen TV.
Yes.
Do you also do live remote production, which is the new? The people who do live remote production made a ton of money during COVID. Where you so live remote production, for those who don't know, is you control the live stream, but all the participants, including the main person, is our guests that you bring in. You give them the link, and then it's just like if me, I brought two people, and I'm there just controlling from the back everything, and then they go on with their business, and you take care of the technique from another place. Do you do that as well?
Yes, that's actually, I have a couple of customers. We do it on a regular basis every month, and one of them is every 2 weeks. And for them, just for the ease of use, I go with StreamYard because they kind of familiar with it.
Yeah,
But I'm planning, because they're planning to take a break for summer. Then when they return in September, I'll move them to Melon.
Okay.
Yes, because on StreamYard, the version of StreamYard that I'm using, it was a promotional version, and I only pay $10 a month.
Okay.
And that regular price now, it's like $15 to get that version. But when I got it, I signed it, it was only for $10. So I'm still using that, and they love it because what they do, for example, they will send me ahead of time. I always tell them, send it to me at least 48 hours.
Okay.
So they'll send me all the insert, like, do they have any video, any links of YouTube they would like to share during the show, because it's a 2-hour show, so that I have it, I can view it, prepare and say, give them feedback. Sometimes it's not a good quality. I'd say, hey, this one, it will not look good. if people have to watch it on a big screen. Just be mindful of that.
I love
So
when
they have
people
to-
send me pictures from the cover of the YouTube, and the picture is like 10 times too small, and like I'm like, what do you think I'm gonna do with this exactly? Non, c'est la photo pour le-
So what I do in those cases, for example, I just
HDMI.
zoom in, I'll open it on an Apple, viewer, and I just zoom in. Because you gave me a small resolution picture, and that's it. The only thing you have, I can only zoom in.
Yeah, but you lose quality.
I mean, at that time,
Sometimes you
it's no
can-
longer my. It's really
Yeah,
your
yeah.
problem as a customer.
Indeed. But I like to do, I like to HDMI to USB-C. Then the computer, isn't it possible to connect the camera directly into the computer in terms of bandwidth loss? It is. It depends. It depends of the camera. Some cameras have, and because of the pandemic, a lot of cameras change their firmware so that they can directly send a clean feed. So a clean feed means without all the information that's on the screen. They can send you, like I'm doing right now, what's on the screen of my camera goes directly. But me, I have these cameras, I have the Sony cameras, all have now the possibility of having a webcam mode where you send directly to your computer. I'm not sure about the quality though. I think because those cameras are not really made for that, the webcam mode usually is
Lesser
not-
quality.
is a lesser quality. It's still better than your camera quality from your webcam or a laptop.
Right.
What I use is the HD 60S Plus from Elgato. That's what I use. You plug from your camera to the HDMI, and then from the USB-C to your computer, and you get the same quality as it comes out of your camera. And this takes care of all the heavy lifting and just appears as a camera in your program. And this is perfect. This is like back in the pandemic, because everybody was going on live streaming, this was completely impossible to get. And I remember going to Amazon, and like you could not find them anywhere, and I just found one. And I didn't think, I was just like, poof, I took it. Then that's when Club Shada became started having this different quality when I started using my cameras.
Yeah. So let's go back to the equipment that we use for Dahlia Show. So I have the camera. I talked to you about the connected, the TV,
There's a second
which
camera.
is a monitor. Okay. And then the
What is
microphone.
second camera?
Sorry?
Is there a second camera?
No. Well, you
Okay.
just use
So
one.
you
I only have
just
one.
do different zooms. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And then
Computer
what?
system.
Sorry?
The computer system.
It's an iMac 2020 prior to the last one before the M1.
The M1 is amazing for live stream. I'm telling you, this is crazy.
Yeah. So I have 16 gigs of RAM on it. And it was custom. I say, I knew that I would need 16 minimum.
Yeah. I'm actually, so on the new M1, I'm actually using 8. I'm kind of hesitant to move to 16. Because I'm like, why waste money when I'm still gonna move to a M1X computer soon? So
Right.
go on.
Now, in your case, maybe you can leave it that way. As long as it's serving the purpose, you can stream, you can still record, it's fine. Now, for the audio for Dahlia, I have a Soundcraft mixer, where I connect a microphone. She has a lavalier microphone,
Yep.
a lapel microphone, connected to that, and the mixer connects through USB to my computer.
So you do all the mix on your board,
Right,
and then you send it to your computer.
to the computer.
So when somebody calls in, where do they
Yeah.
arrive? In the mixer as well.
So they come in a mixer, and I use the iRig 2. The iRig 2, which I connect to the phone, and then it send the signal to the mixer. Then people can hear, and they can hear back without any feedback.
Feedback.
Yes.
I remember how I was suffering from this in the beginning. We had I found a solution. Just this microphone was the solution for me.
Okay. And so for our audio monitoring, I have it's a Chinese brand, and Leon.
Okay.
It's a wireless monitoring.
Inner ears.
Yeah, inner ears.
Okay. Oh yeah, I remember
then-
one time she had no batteries in
Exactly.
the middle of the show, and
But it's all good. I mean, it holds battery for a long time, because most of the time she replaces the battery after 4
what
shows.
you mean my sound is low? It's because I was talking from here. Sorry.
Exactly.
Je
So-
digère toujours. Je suis dans l'inconfort.
And so with that, when she's streaming, I have my headphones, my AKG 141 AKG headphones.
So you can hear everything as well. You monitoring.
Yes, and I use a regular phone, a microphone, cable phones. I plug to another phone where I can listen to the stream as people are listening to. So
Oh.
yeah, so I have it, and that's that because remember sometimes in the past I would not know until people said we don't hear any sound.
Yeah.
So
Or even
in
me,
one
you know,
here-
when I had this bug with Ecamm and it was looping the sound, I would not hear it. Only people so I'm here talking. If I go on a rant and I talk for 20 minutes without stopping, then after a point I look at the comment and everybody's saying, "It's looping, we don't hear you, yeah." Okay. And I see comments, receive SMS from people, "Yeah, you send me a text like and I'm like, there's a problem."
Sorry. So what I usually do in one here I have this, and on the other one I have this one.
Oh my god.
So two and listening to both at the same
But you
time.
don't hear it at the same time. They're not in sync.
They're not in sync, but I'm used to it. I know, that this is my live and this is my, what the public is listening to.
You should find a way to have both of them come in the same headphone, and then you can switch from one source to the other.
Yes, and that's where, having things like the Rode Pro podcaster.
The podcaster, yeah. I heard this is amazing for live shows.
Yes. So you can have those things, and then it can really help you when you're dealing with different source of sounds, with the Rode podcaster. But, it's a little pricey for my budget right now. So until somebody blesses me and
great.
say, hey, this is $1,000 for you, get the gear that you want so that you can help us. I'll buy you one.
How much does it cost? 500 and something, right?
Right. Yeah,
euros.
519 euros. Yeah, it's probably
600 or more.
yeah, 6. Yeah.
But yeah, that's a great. Even like it has automatic mic minus built in for when people call, and then you can now use the pads here as switchers.
Right.
It's some serious thing. There's something that there's another program, another thing that a lot of people are using for live streaming that I didn't get, but it's a Stream Deck.
Stream Deck.
It's
Yeah, I mean, Stream Deck, I'll tell you, Stream Deck is really good for those with multiple cameras, multiple sources. It's just an easy way to organize things, especially for self-producing hosts like yourself.
Yeah.
It can help you do that. But, you know, in your case, I'll say you know, playing around, doing things, and if you really want it, yes, go for it. But
me usually, you know, where is it? When I do my live demo, we broadcast your entire screen so that you can show viewers. Yeah, I know how it works. So usually when I do my thing, I have all my scenes here, and I have all my comments here.
right.
So actually, with Ecamm, the program that I use, I really don't need. I don't need to.
No, you don't need Stream
I can
Deck.
control everything. Look, I can go back to, if I want to look at Chrome, I can. I can click me plus guest, me alone, sponsor view, intro, etc., Spotify to see what's playing. Everything has been already prepared. If you are prepared from the get-go, you don't really need to. Yeah, you don't really need to
No,
have
the
all
Stream
these
Deck,
things.
no.
Some people like to touch. Me, I'm a very digital guy, so I don't really. If some screen is fine for me. Some people need to click on stuff, so that's why for
Right.
them they need a Screen Deck. And I mean, it's interesting if you put all your scenes as keys. You know how to end your stream. You do this to mute your mic. You have a key. It kind of can have a certain purpose.
But remember, on Ecamm Live, you know, you can let's say your intro, you can put it in a way that say as soon as it ends, go to the
next
scene,
Yeah,
and then
That's what
at
I do.
the end, yes, like the outro scene, you can say at the end of the whatever 10 second of your outro scene to stop the live. It's already there. You don't really need much.
somebody did something amazing with the timer. So he has two cameras. He has one camera that is always fixed, and he has another camera that is on a motorized slider, and the
Right.
camera is doing a movement, panning movement all the time. And what he does is that he set up a folder on Ecamm where for 2 minutes it's on the main camera, and there's a timer of 2 minutes. And at the end of the timer, he switched to the next scene, which is the other camera, which is the one that is panning, giving that movement for 30 seconds. And
Wow.
then when it's done with the 30 seconds, it goes back to the main camera. So it has an automatic always back and forth. So if I had another camera here, it would just go from time to time from this one to the other one, and it just go by itself. And I look at that, I was like, very ingenious, very
Ingenious.
very well
Yeah.
thought. Yeah.
So with DALI, to finish
Yeah.
that on that topic,
Yeah.
I use Ecamm Live.
Yeah. So why do you? That was a question that I wanted to ask you on the phone. Why use Ecamm Live, which is a program that I use as well to do Club Shada for DALI, and why use for example for your show with your brother? Why do you use StreamYard?
Also, with the show when I do with my brother, I usually now I use Melon app.
Oh, now you move to Melon app. Okay.
Yes.
So
So
why?
and then again
why not
because
use-
I got the Melon app because it was a promotional
Yeah.
for $15, and now you see the price for the Pro, it's 49.
Yeah.
I am paying $15.
Nice. So
Yeah.
why don't you use Ecamm for everything?
Then I will probably end up paying for the extra time, for guests. You see, because Dali has like 4 shows a month, so that's
there's a lot of guests. Okay. Yeah.
So
I see.
with those time, like she has 2 hours, and then you only, it's 20 hours per month per billing cycle. So I may
never
run
think
into
about
the
that.
risk.
Yeah. I see.
Yeah.
I don't even know how much is an extra hour. I don't really have guests all the time, so.
Yeah. So it's I think $10 or $20, something like that. But it's affordable. But in just looking at it, okay.
Yeah, I mean.
And then also the Ecamm is a little bit complex.
Yeah.
Because you need attention.
Yeah, StreamYard.
On the StreamYard Melon app, it's pretty
My
simple.
only problem with StreamYard, I saw that whenever your connection as a guest is not optimal, it pixelates you super fast.
Right.
I just did a show. I did a show like three weeks ago with Bodhisattva on his channel, and I was pixelated maybe the whole show. And when you look at it after, it's horrible. And where on Ecamm, even if there's any problem, pixelation, this, that, and that is only shown on the customer side.
Right.
As long as it's fine on your side, you are also recording on your drive the whole show. So if there's a problem with what they saw, you can still correct everything, make sure and re-upload a good version. Or when you do your clips. I actually realized that you don't really do clips.
No, it's something again.
It's time.
It's in my mind. It's in my mind. I have to do it. Finding the time. It's just a matter of finding the times. Yeah.
Okay, so on how many hours do you plan the shows with the Dali TV show?
Oh, for myself, I usually take max an hour.
Okay.
Max an hour on the technical side.
Yeah.
An hour before, just making sure that I have everything running. An hour.
And I think I need 10 minutes now. Club Shada, everything is already in place all the time. I just move this from where it is, take the microphone out from where it stays, and everything kind of stays the same here. It's it's my desk, it's my office. That's where I work anyway. So this is my space. So nobody come and change stuff. So it's sometimes my daughter does some decoration here, but other than that, it's a show where I have everything pre set up, and I make sure that I have the less thing to do. I was having this conversation with Buddy today. It was like, I like to put the number of the show. I was like, no, even those things I don't want. No numbers, no things, so that I don't confuse, and I do an episode number 116 and for an hour until I realize, it should be 117, and now I'm pissed, and now I'm like, I have to change. Like the last show with Damu, I cut all the clips and upload everything on YouTube, and then the next day I look at the clips, and on the little intro where you see Club Shada plus the number of the episode plus the guest, I realized that I forgot to change on every clip, and it's still episode 114, Eruption or whatever the episode was, and I was like, and now I know
something you can see. I'll tell you, I didn't catch it.
The problem with me is not people. The problem is me. It's gonna be something that I'm gonna be obsessed about. Every time I'm gonna look at those, I'm gonna be like, and just because of that, I took a decision today, which was I'm just gonna remove the numbers, even from the clips. I'll just put all the information where I can edit it in the description.
In description.
From this episode with the name of with the link of the original show. That's it. At least then I can have something that is always the same. And yeah, it's Club Shada. And if you want to know what episode it is, you look in the description. Because it happened to me this week. And it happened to me like a month ago. And then I was like, oh, c'est seulement maintenant qu'il arrive celui-là. What up, Mountain of Inspiration?
No, so that is really
Happy Father's Day.
Yes, happy Father's Day. Yes.
We have to do one show, the three of us.
Okay.
On your channel, mine or his.
Okay. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can do it. No problem.
We can.
Yeah.
So what is your goal for Dali's show? Do you have a goal, a certain goal? Now that you kind of put all the content on a new channel, and I mean the old channel, do you have like short-term or medium-term goals and long-term goals?
That would be really a question for ourselves. I mean, you know, I'm just the technical guy. She tells me we do this. We say, okay, I want it this way. Okay. Sometimes I give my opinions, my advice, and sometimes yes, she takes it.
Tell me that she's very bossy. I don't know why. Something tells
Mongala.
me Nos femmes sont comme ça, on les choisit comme ça.
Ah oui.
On les choisit comme ça.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will keep that question for her when she decide that she is coming to Master Electronic. Happy Father's Day to you. Tous les petits métis que tu as fait là-bas en Suède. What about your channel? What is your so your channel has been changing through the years,
yes,
right? On sait que tu nous écoutes, où que tu sois dans la maison.
Yeah.
What is your goal for your channel, Joel Amen TV? Do you want it to become a tutorial channel, or do you want it to expand in more than that?
Now my vision is really to expand more than that. And that's why you see I still have I'm putting the tutorial because that's what I'm doing most of the time, but I'm also preparing for other things, like pour un Congo meilleur, or the conseil gratuit, free advice. So it's still making sure that I'm not closing, but it's making sure that it can open and expand at any time.
What is the language of your channel?
That is a good question, because I'm still struggling between the French and in English, and maybe I'll switch fully to English. So it's still a debate.
It's a nightmare.
Yes,
I believe that if you only have two groups, and you make it early known that it's a French channel, it's an English channel, but when you are in my position where you have a third people everybody speak English more or less. Then some people it's Portuguese, some people it's French, some people it's Chinese. Yeah, English is your solution because you're gonna end up always having people asking you, hey, why you don't speak in? It's somebody. I think there was one episode when I was having a business conversation. I don't remember what episode it was. I don't know what it was about. I think it was something about so many episodes I don't know anymore now. But I had like a 4-hour episode. That maybe it was the one for musicians, beat maker, how to make money as a beat maker. And I received 2 comments. One was, yeah, but you could put subtitles in French for those who speak French. And then somebody else just the same day told me, that would be great if you had subtitles in Portuguese for your people where you live. And I was like,
you guys don't know how much.
Imagine with everything that I speak. Just to do the subtitles from my wife's video, I finally uploaded her Turkey trip to do her veneers. Just to do the subtitles, because she asked me, and the good thing, she hates talking to the camera. She's very camera shy, so she doesn't speak that much. But just I don't know, maybe in 16-minute video she speaks, I don't know, 3 minutes. It took me from 1 a.m. till 4 a.m. just to do all the English subtitles, and then it was kind of faster than just look at all the sentences and translate in French. So that was fast, but it still takes forever because you have to stop. People they think, and I reply to people, time to learn English.
No, because I also have some customers. I consult, and they come to me for to consult, and they only speak English.
Yeah.
So that's where I had that tutorial by Joel where I do the whole thing in English. Yeah. So, but I'm still debating. Let's see how things go, and maybe by the end of the year I'll have a picture of what I will do.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
thank you, Emmanuel.
Do you have an idea of how many subscribers you are trying to reach by the end of the year?
I'll tell you, I'm really modest. If I can get another 200 by the end of the year, that would be, to me, it would be fine based on what I'm doing. And again, I'm doing a couple of things. I'm trying to experiment and other things also to make sure that the message is being shared with the right people.
The people who need it.
Who need it. So that's the main thing.
People don't realize how much successful some people who are explaining live streaming, YouTube, and more are. Some people have millions of subscribers by doing what you do. So it's kind of a lot of people, especially during the pandemic. There's so much people. You see what I mean? There's so much people who are doing live streaming that it's actually like, I follow a few channels that talk technical, that talk about advice, and they have a lot of followers. Is your content more focused on the programs and the gear, or you also talk about YouTube itself, about the algorithm, about how to reach your audience and stuff like that?
Sometimes, I did the YouTube algorithm, I did the YouTube comparison, the monetization between comparing the YouTube monetization versus the Facebook one. Can explain because some people were still, oh, I like Facebook. I say, okay, you like Facebook, but what are you getting out of it? And then
Nada.
because yes, there's a monetization, yes, but now let's dive deep into that monetization program that Facebook offers. Man, the conditions and terms are crazier than YouTube. You're like, how are you going to make it? And then when you do it, it's not automatic. Then you need to apply for it, and then they need to say.
And then they like, I have almost 1 million followers on Facebook, and they still say on the page that I need this and I need that, and I need to remove like these 500 videos from whatever because whatever, and I'm like, bye guys.
Yes,
I'm staying on YouTube,
because
but I don't.
What they do, what Facebook does, they want you to create unique content. As soon as they realize that you're using somebody else's videos, or you don't have the right to it, or they think you don't have the right to it, they automatically disqualify you.
I received a comment, a notification on Instagram, on my sushiraw Instagram channel, page, profile, and they tell me that my song belongs to Facebook test page, and my video is not available to some viewers because I'm using copyrighted content that belong to Facebook test page. And I'm like, my own music, and there's no button where you can click to say I disagree.
Yeah, no,
it's just that your content is not available, and then get in touch. No, it's useless to get in touch with Facebook. Nobody replies.
No.
YouTube, you go to the help, you can start a chat with somebody. In 10 minutes, you have somebody who's talking to you, and you say, okay, this is my problem, this is the link, and if they can fix, they fix it straight. Or if not, they will explain to you what is the problem exactly and what you have to do. If you say, no, this is my content, whatever, they will say, okay, do this, do this, do this. Or if they cannot do nothing because they cannot, or if you just have a contract that says that you can use a content or whatever, then it's easy. They will say, oh, yeah, we see. Okay, then we're restoring the thing.
Yeah. No,
Facebook, they don't care. They don't care about people. They just they just want your content, and because they know that they have a lot of, especially on Instagram. If we are live on Instagram, we have 10 times more people.
Exactly.
But Instagram will not pay us.
Nope. And those are the things that I explain and to a lot of people. And unfortunately, some of these videos that I do, they're not public.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I do have a bunch of them. They're not public because I was talking to a closed group, and
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. But I have those things, and some of those themes that I discuss in those closed groups, that's why I bring to the main public through my lives on Tuesdays or Thursdays. But it's more, I'm more focused on the technical gears. I mean, the equipment and the platforms, which applications, things like that. Still learning, maybe to expand a little bit and go deeper into the algorithms and the YouTube things. See how we can help people. But it's really right at this level where I am. Like I said, most of the time, it's really inspiring people to start producing their own content, and trying to make it simple as it could be for them to start and go. And fortunately, because some other people that really need to hear that message, they don't know. And then I'm still trying to find the titles and still doing all these things finding the right titles and sharing to those people. And I'm starting now trying to reach out directly to those I see content creators, because some of them I see they post long text every single day on Facebook. I'm like, tell them, you guys have content for video.
Yeah.
I say,
They
you
like
have
to type.
content for video.
Some people like to type. Mountain is saying, kindly tell my sister-in-law that I would like to see her face and hear her voice on YouTube. Mountain, it's simple. Olaj@l.tv. This is her channel, and she has like a bunch of videos, and you can hear her talk. Actually, I was behind the technique, and I taught her how to edit herself. Now she does everything. She does her editing. I do the titles usually, but usually she can do her whole videos by herself. She does the filming as well, like lightning. She does the coloring, everything.
Okay.
That's the video this one that I shot myself. That's the video of when she did her
veneers.
new smile. So some of you have seen it. You saw it live. So it's crazy. In one day, she's almost at 2,000 views when we suffered to arrive there. That's crazy.
Wow.
So you can see new smile. And it's funny that since she had it, the first days, it was kind of strange to look at her.
Okay.
And today I kind of forgot that, you know, the link so you can subscribe, of course. Let me type the link. There you go. But it's all in Portuguese, just telling you.
Okay.
So you know. So when we were doing the premiere, she had around 57 people watching at the same time. And I was like, you have to do live streaming. Talk about anything, like talk about girl things, talk about like your opinions on things. And she was like, nah, not my thing. She prefers posting photos. But yeah, that's really, actually I'm gonna start telling her before every episode of Club Shada to put a swipe up link so she can send me her people, because she
why
really
not?
has a lot of, I have my people coming. I have like 400 people already that passed by, so it's, Club Shada is growing. But she has a real power that she's not really tapping into, because she doesn't like the tedious fact of having to edit everything, and you know, and I realized that when I used to do my Inspire series on YouTube, it would take me a lot of time to edit, and even just to film, to put the cameras, to have a set, and you know, to set everything up for recording. And ever since I started live streaming, I kind of enjoy now creating content in a live form and not editing, like, because sometimes I'm gonna get to a point and I'm gonna say 3 times the same thing. I kind of go around my subject so that people really get what I'm saying. I tend to ramble a lot and talk for a long time about stuff, and then I reach a point. But back when I used to really cut my shows, I would remove all the or when I say the all these things, I would remove to make it, to compress it into 8 minutes. But ever since I started the live show, I kind of leave all my silences. I leave all, and I realized that live to tape or just doing something live and having conversational content, you create so much more content.
Exactly.
Like, I don't know how many times I arrive at Club Shada and I have nothing to say. But I'm telling you, I have nothing to say. Then I look in my list of subjects and I just choose one randomly. I'm like, okay, I'm going to talk about this, but probably I will do maybe 50 minutes or 1 hour because I'm tired or whatever, or I feel bloated or whatever I'm feeling, and I'm not in the mood. And 4 a.m. I'm here, I'm still talking because the interaction of the people. You know,
right.
the
And the
interaction.
beauty of the live is it's forgiving, especially when you make some mistakes. It's forgiven, and most of the time you can forgive yourself too, because it's live, and if people take it, they're fun with it, then it can flow, it can go. But when you do the taping, you like to be kind of almost perfect.
And you redo things, you re-upload them, oh no, I have to. And it's something that my wife, for example, who's used to doing her perfect photos, when she record herself in video, she's gonna always be, if she's recording herself from her phone, she doesn't have that problem. But if I'm behind the camera, all of a sudden she's gonna be like, oh, wait, I'll do it again. Wait, I do the mistake on that word. And I'm like, it's fine, it's okay. You can be natural. And it's the live shows that gave me this
confidence,
liberated me from that. The live shows give you that confidence, because you look at every live show, sometimes you look fat, sometimes you have a big bird, sometimes you look tired, sometimes you all these things, you can see them, but then it's the real you. And it's interestingly, even in terms of style, I'm a person that don't really care about the way I dress. I don't it's not the most important thing for me. A t-shirt and a jean, I'm fine. But the live shows kind of make me go through my wardrobe and my t-shirts, and I'm starting to realizing that it's been 100 and something episodes. I wore everything maybe 2 times already, and you start to say to yourself, hey, maybe if I had a sponsor or a brand that would send me stuff, it might be a great way to cross promote and even to pay the show. But it's interesting where you start realizing how the live show just changes you, and even your ability to speak, your ability to improvise, your ability to, even when you have conversation, it just gives you this feeling of you're just floating on words, like, because if you have to fill a 3-hour shows twice a week, you need to be able to be some people just do 1 hour, but I always try to do only an hour and a half, and I always end up going over 3 hours. I cannot explain how. Like when we talk and we say we have to do a show about live streaming, we ended up doing an hour and a half about going back to Congo. So that's the beauty of the live stream, is that and the comments I hear, the comments can take you somewhere else. So that's great. What's the easiest tool for video editing on PC and Mac or phone?
Okay, I'll say free. Free you have for PC or Mac, it's DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci Resolve works both Mac and PC, and it's free.
Wait, you're gonna have to do a long answer. I'm going to pee.
Okay, no problem. So, Master Electronics. So DaVinci Resolve, it's really good quality, because DaVinci Resolve is actually they're focusing more on the hardware, but they actually they started with the software. It's they make a color grading software that is used by Hollywood studios. And from that, they also got into the hardware, cameras and mixers and things like that. A 10 Mini Pro, Blackmagic. It's the same brand. It's from Blackmagic. So DaVinci Resolve, you can use it for Mac computers or even for Windows. Now, on the phones, there are a couple of them. One of them is Prism Live Studio that we mentioned. It has some limitations, but it's good. You can do a lot with that. And also one that I've just found, I found out a couple months ago. It's called CapCut, CapCut, and it is really, really amazing. It's free. You can install it on your iPhone, on your Android, free, and you can actually add music. You can add more. You can add graphic elements like the logo that the Shada logo. You can put all these things on the CapCut, and it's good. And one thing they've just updated from the CapCut is the removing the audio. It's something that may not matter for some of you right now, but for people who have been in the editing business, they know how valuable sometimes you need to detach the audio from the video. Why? Because sometimes you had, for some reason, there was a synchronization issue. So by detaching the audio from the video, you can move the audio to match the lips, so that it's synchronized and the image is right. So that's something you can achieve with CapCut right now. There are more, which one that I can think of? Okay, so I'm free from work for almost 3 months, thinking about to share my electronics engineering knowledge on YouTube. Oh yes, definitely you can do that, and I really encourage you to do it. Okay, I really encourage you to do it. Just be yourself, and probably one of the way is start by doing a live, and you let us know when you're available. We can jump on the screen with you using Melon app or Ecamm or whatever platform you're going to use for the live. We can come and discuss with you, ask you questions, and talk about what you're passionate about, because it's one of the, how I call it, one of the topic that you can get. And the content, like I said it most of the time on my channel, it's usually around three things: inspiring the people, informing, and demonstrating what you do. For example, when Kaysha does the recording, that's another way to demonstrate his skills in terms of recording, mixing, and putting his voice. That's a demonstration part. So the conversation we usually have here on Shada Gang, Shada Club Shada, it's really the one where we try to inspire people through the experiences of himself or his guests. So it's a way to inspire people. And you, as a content creator, Master Electronic, if you decide to do that, then you can rotate, always keep that in mind when you're creating your content and say, what am I going to do today? Am I going to inspire people? Am I going to inform them? Am I going to demonstrate what I know? So those key things are the ingredients for a good content. So yeah, Nadia, yes, you're right. It's annoying when the sound is delayed from the image. Sometimes we cannot avoid it. It's really technical things. It could be a connection. It could be the equipment that you're using, one is using. And because of that, sometimes the delay may appear. And there are many, many reasons that the image and the audio can be out of sync. I hope that I answer your questions.
And sometimes it's, I think it was Bodhisattva's live. You were there.
Okay.
Monday. Were you there, right?
Yes, with the OBS, yeah.
And he had it was the music that was just click, not working.
Yeah.
And like I told him, turn everything off and turn it on again. Sometimes this is the answer. But it's a nightmare because sometimes you are looking for the answer and it's not there. And I remember when I started doing the live streams, for example, I see myself on my screen here. That's why I'm always looking, because I could be looking at the camera or looking at my screen. But I tend to look at my screen because at the same time I'm having a conversation, but at the same time I'm making sure that the image is right. There's no problem with the overlays, how long I've been here, how many people are watching, how many likes. I can see the comments showing up, and at the same time on the other side I'm watching at all the YouTube information, if the stream is going good, etc., etc. But if you have to understand is that I see myself here. I have one screen showing me. Here I have one screen showing me the me and the guest and what you guys are seeing, but there's a slight delay in what I see. Plus I have another one that is showing me. Plus I see myself on the YouTube one with the super chats and etc., etc. Plus I see the real thing that people are watching in delay on the iPad. Here I'm seeing another version of everything, and so when I'm alone like this, when I'm alone like this, I'm kind of not really looking at it, but I'm still in the screen. I'm still seeing more or less what's going on in the iPad. For example, if there's a comment that is hidden, that in moderation, or if there's a super chat that is about to come, or those things. So you are controlling so many things at the same time when you are doing a live stream. It is true that it's great to have somebody in the back that is taking care of all of this, but knowing myself, somebody told me stop taking yourself as an example, because you are different. You are kind of a different being, like you like 5 people in the same person. Or maybe it's just a control freak thing. I think I would have a hard time doing my show and not controlling every aspect of it by myself. Having hands-on is the same thing as when I do a show with, when I go to a studio and have an engineer. It takes too much time for him to understand what I need, when if I have my microphone here plus my screen here, I'm recording, singing, clicking, mixing, moving stuff at the same time as I'm doing it. And so the things you see me do, as you were saying, on when I'm recording live, I do them so fast when I'm alone. If I have even the best engineers who understand what you want and how, it's gonna take me 3 or 4 times more time, just because they have to understand what I want, put the things how I want, and then I have to now go back here. That and if I'm doing by myself, it's like click 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 click, and people see me doing it in real time, and they're like, wait a minute. Moto told me one day, you make it look so easy. And I was telling him, for me, it kind of is. I kind of don't really think about it. It's just like breathing. You don't really think about it. You just, listen, I want to do a song and I need lyrics. I write lyrics, or I'm not inspired. I ask people in the chat, hey, who has an idea? Oh, I like this, boom, boom, boom. And but then it's like, but the way you do melodies, it seems like you don't have to think about it to find them. And I'm like, I don't.
No.
So,
I mean, it's the same thing with video editing. So, to explain it to someone, you feel like it's slow. You feel like, get it, check there, look there, look there. To you, it's easy because you know what you look for. Those are all your media. Okay, I'm on the editing, on the timeline. This is okay. The sound. I need to watch all these things at the same time. My filters, my effects, and then. But if you have to show it to somebody, it takes time.
That's why when I taught my wife how to edit herself and how to put the effects and how to even do her color grading and her color balance by herself, I just put her in front of the computer and I told her, do it. Go ahead, do it. And then I just stay in the back, making sure that, put this here like that. But they have to do it themselves. If they see you do it, they kind of don't understand. If you tell them, no, you take this from here and here, it's easier for them. And it's so funny when you have people telling you, it's too complicated, but then they are able to edit some multi-country, multi-thing videos on TikTok. Because actually those things have editors as well, where just that you record a little bit, then you record a little bit, and then they do these videos where you see them from one country to a moment where they put the phone here, all of a sudden they're in a different place, and you see how they do complex editing and they don't realize. But then you tell them, hey, what you just did on TikTok, it's called editing. And then you cut a little bit of what you don't want, etc., etc. You see those things that you do. It's just that because those people are phone natives. Me, I need a mouse and a keyboard. I don't like trackpads. Like, I need my mouse and my keyboard because I'm from the Atari ST days. But they are like phone native. They need to do everything from the phones, and they're fast. Like I think I edit better on the phone than on Photoshop, and I learned Photoshop at school. But my wife, the way she edits her photos, you can see her. She's pinching, zooming, retouching places, doing these colors. She really takes the time and has that patience on a photo and on a video, on a story format. But when it comes to YouTube, it's not there. But I told her I'm gonna invite her.
You probably need to bring her to the phone, because if you show it to her on the computer, the size of the computer, the screen just may intimidate her. But when you start telling her, okay, you see that, you can do it on your phone. That's why I was telling Master Electronic when you went away, there is this application called CapCut for editing. It's free. And I can tell you, I'm amazed what it can do, basic things that you can do. Actually, the other day I was showing Dali how to do the 3D things on the CapCut for TikTok.
You know that my probably my first 500 vlogs were edited on iMovie. Not even on iMovie, on QuickTime. I would just open on QuickTime and cut and add them together, and that was my edition. I didn't do all these fancy things. So I think the great thing about Final Cut is that it's not daunting if you want to start and just quickly do things, and then you add as you need. I would love to do this. Okay, you go and you find this tool, and then you learn. It's that's why I like those programs. I'm not familiar with the programs on Windows, but on I used to be a Final Cut 7 user, try Premiere, all these things, but Final Cut is just, you don't even need to read a manual. You just start using it, and then everything is explanatory. I think for my wife, she really doesn't like editing. She does it, she knows everything. She knows how to do everything, color balance, this, that, add some effects, skin smoothing, everything. She knows. She did like 100 videos on her channel. It's just that the idea of setting up everything, the lights, whatever, starting the camera, filming, and then importing to the computer, and then cutting everything, and then putting the titles and whatever, and then uploading to YouTube. It's just something that it's not, when she does it, but when she's not doing it, it's just like and I understand this feeling, because before doing live stream, the idea of just taking my camera to go shoot a vlog, or just doing an Inspire, or doing all the videos that all the subjects that I have, so many subjects that I've end up being episodes of Club Shada. But at that time, there were subjects where I would be like, okay, I want to talk about this, but I have to record, and I have to do this, and I find something to wear, and I have to wait for my daughter to be at school, etc. With the live stream, it's actually the thing where you can be yourself. And to answer your question, Master Electronic, or what you're saying, I'm very shy and you don't like to be popular. You can be yourself. You can be shy on YouTube. There's a lot of guys who are shy and they are themselves. You don't need to pretend and to talk a different way when you are talking to a live audience. It's just a conversational thing, and actually you can really focus on what you want to talk about. You want to talk about the message or the electronics, and be more focused on the technique, focus about the schematics and of all these things, of the knowledge you have in this. You can be yourself, and if your crowd is a bunch of nerds like yourself, they are just like you, and they enjoy the fact that you are what you are. It's not a show where you are trying to sing or whatever. So I don't think it's a problem to be shy. I'm personally, people never understand when I say it. Only the people who know me since I was born, like you. Like, I was super shy when I was younger. I was super shy.
I can testify.
I didn't talk to girls. I was always in front of my computers, on my consoles. That's all I cared about, was my computers. And then, listen, I ended up doing shows and performing in crowds, and everybody was like, wait, what? And listen, my first shows, I was like, and listen, I believe I'm still shy as a person in certain situations. It's just that, I learned to have confidence in my message, and I learned to just be myself, and I'm not trying to sound like somebody else. Listen, as long as you have something to talk about, and you are passionate about it, it's gonna be easy. My idea was to solve hardware and software issue, and doing some deep engineering on electronics, tried it one time with one guy, and the guy said things. I was like, well, we're too advanced, and I gave up. I think that's super interesting, and I believe that you would have a crowd.
Yes, definitely.
Because there are some people will understand that. I think the problem is when you do it and people tell you that it's too advanced, it's when you do it for the wrong people. It's like me giving advice to musicians and being frustrated because they don't understand. It was me giving it to the wrong people. And that's on YouTube. YouTube will find you the people, because if you have 10 people who enjoy your content and they like it, YouTube will know everybody else that need to watch the content. All you have to do is create content and create more content and create more content.
And one thing that I can add on that is for anyone like Master Electronic or anyone here watching or be watching later, sometimes it's not about this time, the time that you're recording or you're doing the live, that your message is for. Your message could be for somebody tomorrow or the next day or the next month or next year. So it's about you understanding that you have a message intended for specific people. You know, the danger, and one of the area where we fail, it's like we think that our message is for the mass. It's not always for the masses. If you want to do a message for the masses, I'll tell you right away, go do stupid things, talk about
Gossip.
politics, and then tomorrow you'll have 1 million people. But unfortunately or fortunately, inside of you that is not you, and that's why you're not comfortable doing that kind of content. Therefore, don't do it. Focus on what you know, what you're passionate about, and share that, because somebody's waiting for that message.
I do agree. My live show that I did with Stevie, Music Feelings, it was great. There was a lot of people. He brought a lot of people. Him and Naturi. I was having a conference call with them yesterday, and I was telling them that they brought a lot of people in my channel, and they also brought a lot of people who bought T-shirts on Shada wear. They really brought a lot of clients. So we were having this conversation, and we were having this same conversation about when you do content, it's not important if you are live streaming to 3 people, because you don't know tomorrow if this content will explode or not. You don't know. It's just a question of somebody finds it, likes it, share it to somebody else. The algorithm is like, hey, okay, test it to another person. That other person likes it, share it, and all of a sudden, and so from the live stream that I did with Stevie, I think I cut it into 10 to 15 minute videos, and they were just there like always, and same views as always, 500 views, 600 views, cool. And one day I started receiving a ton of comments from one of the videos, and it just went viral after 6 months recording it, and now all of them have 10,000 views. And I cannot explain why, how, and when. All I know is that at a point they just exploded, and these plus the one with Naturi, it just created a momentum for the channel, and it made my views goes over 1 million views per month. And some people, because they get discouraged because of the number of views, and because they want to compare themselves, or even worse, they have their families, or oh my God, what is this?
The Hippocam that I'm using on that phone, it's probably giving me trouble. Let me set up the other one.
Nice. Okay, call me back when you're ready.
Okay.
So I was saying, you cannot be frustrated when your family members or your friends or somebody that you know tells you, oh yeah, but you don't have as much views as such and such, or you don't have you only 3 people are watching, etc., etc. This is something that the first thing I always tell to artists whenever I work with artists. The first thing I ever tell them is never compare yourself with others unless it's for positive reasons. If you have somebody that is doing 10 times your number or 100 times your numbers, it can only be inspiration. Ask yourself how they did and go to their channel and go back to the beginning of their channel, right? And look how much views they were doing in the beginning. Look how much views they were doing when they started their channels, and you will realize that, yeah, you might as well. Everybody starts somewhere, which is something that people always tend to forget. Everybody starts somewhere, and everybody starts at 0 or 10 or whatever. And the most important is understanding where you are and where you are starting, so that you can think about your own progression. Your progression is important because the views of other people or the success of other people is not your problem really, because they don't pay your rent. They don't pay your rent. They don't give you money from the money they get. So listen, I don't compare myself to nobody ever. I look at what other people are doing. If it's working and they are creating great content and they are getting paid for it, I'm super happy for them. That's all I know. But then I look what I can learn from what they're doing, what I can change in my thing from what they're doing. That's the only thing that I'm interested in. Everything else, I don't care. And a lot of people, because they see all these numbers, they see all these, and they get impressed, and then they see their numbers and they get depressed. No. The best streamers always say, I remember 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago when I was streaming for 2 years for 3 people. Some people that I watch today, whenever they are streaming, there's always like 800 people watching at the same time, minimum. And for years, they stream for 2 people. But that's how you get your groove on. That's how you get your grind. That's how you start, learning the tricks of the trade. That's how you get better at it. That's how you move and you move and you move and you move. And at a point, creating content, it's not that your content becomes better. It does. But this is not always the reason why it works all of a sudden. Sometimes it might just be that we are in a society where everybody is so obsessed with the idea of doing it quick and arriving quick, that they forget that in real reality it's better to go step by step and to mount the mountain step by step. It always works better when you do it. Which camera is that?
That's the FaceTime.
Oh.
Yeah. The other one, for some reason, because I mean, it's the same application that I use on both different phones. So, but
Yeah, it's
on the 6, it's the old version when before it was bought by Elgato.
Yeah.
On the 6S, it's the version with Elgato. And I believe because I was using the old one, Konoina, and it just kind of kicked the other one out. I cannot reconnect. I say, okay, let me just use the FaceTime for the sake of
of
finishing
fixing it later. Yeah. Normal. Yeah, so as I was saying, there's a big problem with people nowadays where they don't understand patience and the pain to get there. They just want to be there. Like they want to stream now and have X million, or they want to be on Instagram, have 30,000 followers or whatever, when you have to learn to just take things at a time and celebrate every new subscriber. And I think it's also a question of humility. A lot of people don't have this humility. A lot of people, they already do millions of views or whatever, and like when you tell them, hey, it's a quarantine, like, you know, go on YouTube, start your show and blah 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 blah, and they're like, oh no, I don't want to talk or sing for 10 people, what the fuck is that? Like, I'm used to da da da. And it's a lack of humility,
right?
And if all these people started, like, look, it's episode 117, and yeah, listen, I think we had 437 people, which is now, you know, it always goes over 400. To me, that's great. And now I'm setting my objective of, once I reach 500 all the time, it's gonna be okay. Let's try to touch 1,000, you know, and then let's try to make it a habit. And then you see the names of the people, you see the usual suspect that come here from the get-go, and then you see the new names, you see them, and then you see them coming back, and this is the progression. And a lot of people, they're scared to have this patience, or they're scared to have it again, where if you don't do it, somebody else will do it. So, you know,
and unfortunately, when somebody else does it, sometimes they don't do it the way you envision it.
I have a friend who was like, oh, I don't understand that this person is doing a book, and I was like, yeah, write your book.
Yeah, simple.
Call somebody, connect her with a guy who has works with an editor, a publisher for books. They explain to her how they do the writing process. They send her a writer that comes, record the conversation with her, etc., and then sends it to turn it into a book. You read it, and you like, change this, change that, whatever. Sorry. And she was like, oh, great. And then she never did the book. And then somebody else did a book, and she was like, oh, I can't believe that these people do books when I was like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
like,
you had your chance.
You had your chance. We give you everything on a platter, and you still don't do things because either you scared or you lazy. And yeah, listen, that's why I love having my own platform when I can have my say about things, because I say what I have to say. And once it's said, I'm not frustrated, because the people who listen to it are people who are willing to hear it or willing to understand what I say. And
not only that, you still in control of the message. Should you decide tomorrow to remove it, you will do it easy. But if it was published on my channel, and for some reason you and I get into an argument, and you try to remove it, and because we're not talking, I'll be like, no, I'll leave it.
I call the guys on YouTube directly. You receive a strike on your channel.
Oh, yeah.
Don't forget that it's me.
Yes.
Cousin, it was a great conversation.
Thank you.
It was who was jealous? What she? I don't know what you are referring to, but oh yeah, she was just jealous.
Yeah.
Nadia, actually, she had some great things to say. She really had some great things to say. I think it is just mental laziness. I don't know how you say, but in French we say paresse mentale. Some people are just lazy in the mind. They don't want to put the work. They don't want to put the hours. And especially when the publisher will tell you, to do this book, it's simple. We send you somebody who will write the book for you. They come with a recorder and you explain what you want to talk about. You explain the whole thing. They record everything. And you say, oh, this and then that and then da. Maybe they ask you some question that they need from details. And then after 2 weeks or a month or whatever time they need, they come with a book. And then you can read the whole thing, the whole whatever number of pages that they wrote about your story, and you say, change this, change that, this is not accurate, or this was like this, or whatever, this is not, etc., etc., etc. And that's it. So if you can have long conversations of 5 hours with me on the phone, and you cannot have the same conversation with somebody who's recording to create your book, where you're gonna get paid when people are reading whatever story you want to talk about, it's mental laziness.
Laziness. Yeah, I agree.
It's people who, they love to complain when other people do the things, but when you give them the occasion to do it, all of a sudden they're like, oh, tu m'as pris de cours. And me, I'm that guy. I'm like, wait a minute. Hello? And a lot of people, they complain, but in the end, they don't want to put the work. They still don't have a YouTube channel. They still don't have their own content. They still don't own any song. They still don't own any content, etc. And listen. At a point.
But one thing that I can probably add for the friends that are listening, watching, will be watching later. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to start. I mean, launching your YouTube channel or creating your content, it's like a business. It's free, and just give it a try and see, and taste it. And if you need people to be with you, to support you, or to help you have a conversation, to start a conversation, hey, I'm volunteer. Let me know, and I'll be more than happy to be on your channel, on your video, on your live, or whatever, just to give you a chance to have a conversation. Yes.
There you go. In conclusion.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you told me 40 years ago that, you guys will do conversations on your channel about your channels, and I would be like, what? No, I'm a rapper. You see what I mean? It's amazing. That's beautiful. Can't wait to do it in real. Next time I go to Canada, this for sure. We're gonna have this family reunion, because
with all the cameras.
Of course. Of course. This is content.
Yes.
This is content. This is vlog. This is vlog affairs. Listen, let me put I will put the link of Joel's channel and on the description, so that the whole Shada gang can go and subscribe.
Okay.
I will put it in the link as well, so that that you guys can already go and subscribe because it's important. Yeah. And thank you to all the 450 people who came here tonight to be with us. It was great. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, listen. Thank you for another great conversation.
And we'll be planning the one with Mountain, yourself, and me.
Whenever you guys are ready, and whenever we have a good subject to talk about, I'm down in whichever channel you want, and then
okay,
there would be some great content, and Master Electronic and everybody else. If you are scared to jump in the pool, you know that we are here for any advice.
Yes,
we learned a lot of things about you, Danny. How you we learned a lot of things. How your gifts are not gifts. God.
Thanks, Edo.
Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. We're gonna leave you. This show is brought to you by shadaware.com. Mountain of Inspiration. You know that we are waiting for you to do the freeway conversation whenever you get some real internet, because your internet someday. And I think I'm gonna leave you guys with what can I play? I want to play something that is not that new. Let me look at one of my playlists. Ooh, found it. I found it. I know exactly what I'm gonna play. I'm gonna leave you with a song called Habibi, the Snake DZ remix. Dear cousin, see you tomorrow. No, 2 days in
Tuesday.
2 days. Tuesday. What is the live stream about?
I'll probably do
Lots of love, Joe.
online editing from the phone.
Ooh,
Yeah,
very interesting.
I'll probably
All right,
do it
Kozo.
using one of these applications. Okay.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me. Okay.
It's my pleasure.
Good night.
Ciao. Peace Club Shada. Sign out.
I'm burning like a phoenix. Due to my bionics. We're building pyramids, valley. Try to tell me what this is. Personalities of plastic. The face be elastic. You can buy it in the pornographic. Try to tell me what this is. You can move enough for a little amount of money. Really keep all the family together. You can seek all the glory, the power. Will it bring out love forever? I will make you live forever. I will build you palaces, pyramids. I will make Bébé, ma princesse à moi. Bébé, ma princesse à moi. La, 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 la.